I'm Peter to announce from Sri Prasad. Welcome back the afternoon session of today's webinar. We'll now begin with the second plenary session, which will be chaired by Mr. Kumar and Trustee Sri Vaishnava Foundation. He's obviously the originally plotted role was for Dr. Yagneshwar, who couldn't make it because he's indisposed. This afternoon, we have lined up an again impressive array of speakers and academicians who will be speaking on the theme or the various aspects of Balakrishna. This afternoon, we have a total of 6 speakers scheduled to speak. We will be starting with Dr. Srinivasa Varakhedi, followed by Professor Sri Kumar N, followed by Dr. Srividya Iyer, Professor Pramila Murthy, Sri Madhusudan Kalaichervan, and lastly by Jeffrey Long, Dr. Jeffrey Long. I'll now hand over the mic to Dr. Raman, Sri Kumar Raman, to present the opening remarks for this session. Thank you. Over to you, Sri Kumar.
Pranams to Sri Sadguru, pranams to Sri Vishnu Mohan, and pranams to Swamiji. Thank you very much, Ravi. Namaskaram to all the speakers and audience. Today is the second session of day 2 of the 3-day Balakrishna webinar. And yesterday we had a wonderful inauguration session with many eminent speakers. I won't summarize them. It'll take way too much time. In the first half of today also, we had some very eminent speakers sharing with us their views of the, entirely Ananya Bhakti aspects about Sri Krishna, the enchantment of his flute, and so many other wonderful things. Okay, the ways in which he is detailed across different texts, the different episodes in his life, and so on. Today, in this session, in this plenary session, we have several very eminent speakers. We look forward to hearing from them about Balakrishna in his various forms. Okay, whether it is a physical form we think of, or we have a certain image and way in which we worship him, whether we look at him as the little baby infant or the adolescent boy, the Grahastha and the warrior, or Sriman Narayana himself. The 4 ways in which Sri Sadguru Ma has described him in her very short poem. Over to you now, Ravi. Look forward to all the speakers, and I'm sure it will be another enchanting session. Pranam Shri Sadguru, and thank you again.
Yeah, Ravi, Professor Varakhedi has joined.
Thanks. Good afternoon again. I'd like to introduce the first speaker for this afternoon, Professor Srinivasa Varakhedi. His topic for today is Sri Krishna's elimination of Asuric force with some insights. Dr. Varakhedi is currently the Vice Chancellor at the Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi. Prior to this, he was the Vice Chancellor of the Kavi Kulaguru Kalidas Sanskrit University, Vice Chancellor officiating of Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, Vice Chancellor of Karnataka Sanskrit University, Bengaluru. His academic journey of 2.5 decades is a saga of inspirations for aspiring academicians and administrators. Under his leadership, all these institutions grew in stature and influence. He continues to serve as a member of various academic councils, which is senates and syndicates. He has won many prestigious awards like Maharshi Bhadrayan Vyas Samman by President of India. He has worked in fields of natural language processing and Sanskrit computational linguistics, and in philosophical and literary studies in collaboration with the international scholars and institutions. Apart from this, he's mentoring and guiding many interdisciplinary academic programs. Dr. Varakhedi is an accomplished scholar and a researcher who has edited more than 50 works and published a number of research papers in Sanskrit, English, and Kannada. His profound scholarship and lucid elucidation taught him special invitations from around the globe: Canada, USA, France, Belgium, to name a few. As a response, he was legated to France by Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India on the occasion of International Yoga Day. He's also organized many seminars, some of them with over 2,000 delegates. Yeah, with that introduction, I'll hand it over to Dr. Varakhedi to present his talk. Thank you. Varakhedi, are you there? We've lost him, so maybe we try and reconnect.
Yeah, we'll just wait. He is still logged in. We lost his video. Let me check with him if he has any issues. Just a minute, Ravi.
Okay, not a problem. Shyam, you could put in some filler in the meanwhile. Yeah, I think he's back.
कृष्णं वन्दे बन्धपाशधरं दिव्यार्पकाकृतिं शिखाबन्धत्रयोपेतं वैष्णवीबन्धकरार्चितम्. Today I am going to speak on very essential discussion on the Krishna Lila. As all of us know, Bhubhara Haranayacha, Lord Vishnu has taken human birth, avatar, Manav avatar. He came to the earth in the form of human being to eradicate the Asuri Shakti, Bhubhara Harana. There as part of his Bala Leela, he assassinated many demons, Suras. We know Trinavarta Vadha, then we know Kaliya Damana, and then Putana Samhara, and then Kamsavadha, Arishtanemi, many. So, in this entire Bhagavatam narration, we find some interesting comments. In the beginning, Trinavarta Samhara, etc., we don't find, but all of a sudden during Putana Samhara, when Putana comes to kill little Krishna, as in the form of mother she comes, and then you know the story, and she tries to give her breast milk, and then she wanted to. But Krishna, little Krishna knew her heart, knew her inner poison. Then she sucks her prana and then she is killed. And there, very interestingly, there is a saying that Putana Samharam Yaha Shinoti Saha Sarvavidha Punyam Apnoti. So he gets all his desires fulfilled. And then Putana Moksha, there is a word that's Putana Moksha. And Putana God, Moksha. And similarly, you will find after Kamsavadha also, once Kansa is assassinated by Krishna, and then you will find saying that Kamsa got Moksha. And many other places, Shishupala got Moksha, as known in Mahabharata. Shishupala comes and Shishupala gets Moksha. And the question is this: in all these Leela, Krishna Leela, Asuri Shaktis approaching Krishna with a bad intention, then why should we do bhakti and why should we come and etc. with waking and moksha? Why not this? The issue is Vidyavatam Bhagavate Pariksha. Vidyavatam Bhagavate Pariksha. The Bhagavata is the testing bed for any scholar, any scholar. Therefore, the Bhagavatam is testing bed for any vidwan. So there, I have seen the philosophy of Madhva. Madhva says, according to Madhvacharya, only bhakti is the source of all liberation. Without jnana, without bhakti, no one can attain moksha. Because Bhagavat Prasada itself is moksha karana. When Bhagavat Prasada, Bhagavad Anugraha is moksha karana, then to get the Bhagavad Anugraha, only love and affection and jnana is the root cause, not any sort of. See, for example, if you hate someone, does he give any anugraha for you? The source for any anugraha. Dvesha cannot be the.
Sir, we are your audio is sir, Professor Srinivas sir. Professor Srinivas sir, your audio is a bit interrupted. Will you can you try switching off the video so the bandwidth is fully utilized for audio?
Yes.
Can we try that?
Yes.
We will not be able to see you, but definitely we can hear you, sir.
How is now? 1 minute. I'll change my. If you want, I'll change.
Yeah, looks better.
Looks better. Oh.
Sounds better. I mean, we can't see you, but sounds better. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's great. So with this, the question is very simple. Does hatredness give moksha? No. Hatredness cannot, give us moksha. Then how come in certain places of Bhagavatam we come across such lines that they got moksha, Putana got moksha, and Kamsa attained moksha, and many such incidents. So, in order to understand these incidents, Madhva gives very clear interpretation that only bhakti is the only root cause of all moksha, not anything else. Then how come Putana got this moksha? Then he gives a solution. That solution is very interesting solution, I think very less known to the people. Therefore, I wanted to explain that part in this conference. And then the same is narrated by Sri Vadiraja in his Rukminisha Vijaya Kavya. So interesting shlokas are there. Just I would like to bring them into your notice and then I just elaborate them. The whole idea is this. According to Madhva, in Putana, there are two jivas. That means two souls residing in one body. So, there are two souls. One is residing and one is sleeping and one is active. So, among two souls, one soul is very pious and devata. She is devata. Urvashi with Rishi Shapa came into that body, Putana body. Putana is an active demon, and she was leading the body, and the Urvashi was in the clutches of Putana, and she was residing inside that body, and she was suffering. Then Krishna, when she approached Krishna with an intention, that intention is of Putana. She was trying to kill Krishna because she does not know the Mahima of Krishna. She wanted to kill Krishna. But Urvashi knew. Urvashi wanted to offer her breast milk to Krishna as her offering with bhakti. Among the two souls, one is offering bhakti and milk. Another person, another demon is offering her hatredness and poison. Both are coming together. Krishna accepted milk, and Krishna gave back the Visha, and she was killed. And one demon went to Naraka, and Urvashi, the real Bhakta, she was given moksha. That means Putana got moksha here means the Urvashi who is staying with Putana got the liberation and moksha because she did her bhakti, and the other person Putana got Naraka. So similar incident in Kamsa also, you can see there are two souls residing in one person, and therefore when Krishna came and killed him, Kamsa, the inner one Asura, Ashtanemi, went to Naraka, but the Bhrigu went to Moksha. So in this way, there is a new understanding is given by Madhva, saying that in two souls can reside in one personality, that is one body. So the split, whenever we find split personality, that means there are two kinds of natures of one person in different times, then we can say he has got two souls in his body. So similar way, Bhagavatam is narrated by Madhva in this way. There are interesting shlokas here. He says, why not if in one body, sometimes Bhuta enters, Pishacha enters, and the soul is also there. Soul and Pishacha both are entering in the same body. Pishacha controls, Bhuta controls the body. Why not? To Kamsadi Sharira Samstau Shubhashubhaudau Sukhadukha Bhajo. So one soul is real Bhakta and another soul is Dveshi, hatred. So with this idea, he justifies this. This idea. Yatha Krihavishta Kalevaro Do Kritabhimano Vihachetanostaha Tathaiva Kamsadi Sharira Samstau Shubhashubhaudau Sukhadukha Bhajo. That means in one body, Pishacha and the resident soul, two persons can reside. In similar way, in Kamsa and Putana Sharira, there are two persons who really came to approach Krishna with two different intentions. Similarly, there may be one question that why not by hatredness, Dvesha, moksha is possible. Let us take that also. As Bhakti is the source of moksha, why not Dvesha also? You consider Dvesha also as, if Dvesha is considered source of moksha, then in Bhagavatam, Shukacharya would have said, all these demons got moksha. You can see Trinavarta and Shakatasura, then many other asuras are killed. But never ever in Bhagavata it is mentioned that they got moksha. They attained moksha. Therefore, attaining moksha is only the right of the bhaktas. Therefore, Dvisham harir yachati arhi moksham natarhi kasmad apavarga marga arishta vatasura vatsakeshi vinashakale nivurtashukena. Arishtasura, Vatasura, Vatsasura, Keshi. In these asuras, when they are killed, Shukacharya did not explain that this is moksha. That means that only in Putanavadha and Kamsavadha we see this moksha narration. That means these are the special cases. In these special cases, we should have different approach, different interpretation. That interpretation is given by Madhva. The same is explained by Vadiraja in his Rukminisha Vijaya. So therefore, Jnananya Marga Pratishedha Kartya Shutyacha Nirnayaka Sutra Kartya Kimesha Marga Sulabhona Drishtaha Kimva Tapasya Vrata Karshitangai. He again says that if at all, this is the very, very easy way to attain moksha. No, just by hatredness we can do. Anyone can go to moksha. Then why this entire tapo marga is narrated by in Puranas, Vedavyasa? It is all waste. Therefore, we should consider that only Nanyah Pantha Vidyate Ayanaya. Only the way to attain moksha is Bhakti Marga and Jnana Marga, not the Dvesha Marga. Therefore, this way we should understand the Bhagavatam in a beautiful way. This is the entire essence of this Bhagavatam Krishna Leela. With this, I just close my remarks on Krishna Leela, Asura Samhara. There is a very rahasya in this part, very secret interpretation that is left unknown in the Bhagavatam explanation. Therefore, I brought to your notice, I owe to Swamiji for his blessings by inviting me to this August body and Krishna. I'm here in Delhi in Yamuna Tira. I'm fortunate that sitting in Yamuna Tira, I'm getting an opportunity to explain Bhagavatam. So I'm grateful to all of Swamiji and all of you. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Namaskaram, Dr. Srinivas. Wonderful talk. Ravi, do we have time for a question? I've received a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, Dr. Varkedi, the question is, you had mentioned about Dvesha and Moksha being given to Kamsa and Putana who exhibited Dvesha. That was an exception. The normal route is Bhakti. What about events around, it is said about Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha also. What about them? Are they also exceptions? Or?
Yeah.
Sir, sorry, sir.
Rightly said.
Sorry, sir. Your video, maybe you can switch it off because the audio is again getting interrupted.
Yeah. So, rightly pointed out in Kashipu, Hiranyaksha, Dantavatra and Shishupala and Ravana and Kumbhakarna. There, in all these cases, souls, one is Vishnu Bhakta and another one is Asura.
Okay.
Audible.
These are exceptions.
Okay. All right. If anybody has any other questions, you can post them in the chat group, or you can send it directly to me on WhatsApp. Otherwise, just to share some thoughts, Dr. Srinivas Varkedi, first of all, you have such a wonderful past experience. It is, and so many achievements. It's wonderful to see. Thank you so much. Truly honored to have you here. Second is the way in which you brought across the importance of the Bhakti Marga as the Marga, and not to be distracted by other examples, like Dvesha, can I hate God and get away with it? I think that was very, very nicely brought out, sir. Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing more of your inputs. Thank you very much once again. Pranams to Sri Sadguru, and back to Ravi.
Thank you, Professor Srinivasa. Thank you, Kumar. Pranams, Dr.
Pranam Swamiji.
Moving on to the next speaker, we now have Professor N. Sri Kumar, who will be talking on Pundanam and Balakrishna. A brief intro on Sri Kumar. Professor Sri Kumar N is a professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Madras. He works in the areas of hermeneutics, phenomenology, and Wittgenstein philosophy and ethics. He completed his PhD in philosophy from Central University of Hyderabad after obtaining MPhil from the same institution. Prior to his appointment at IIT Madras in 2003, he worked as a lecturer in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences of BITS Pilani, Rajasthan. Sri Kumar is a recipient of the Fulbright Nehru Professional Excellence Fellowship during the period 2017-18. Over to you, Professor Sri Kumar.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for introducing me and also for inviting me. I must thank you and also the organizers, and particularly Swamiji for remembering me. It's since long that we met each other, and many who are present here I know personally, but unfortunately we have not been able to meet very frequently as we used to earlier because of the pandemic and several other reasons. Hopefully this is time for the pandemic to end so that we can meet again. Yeah, so I was asked to talk about Pundanam's concept. I don't know, I'm sorry to use such academic words, concepts and all. It was never a concept for Pundanam. We all know, but please allow me to use those words. This idea of Balakrishna. So what I'm trying to do here is that in my presentation, I'll just try to present Pundanam as a Bhakta par excellence, because as all of us know that, in all of his works, particularly the most famous one, the Jnanapana. Jnanapana is arguably one of his early works. And there is a little bit of biographical information that is required, and also a little bit of historical information, since Pundanam is a very important poet in Malayalam, but unfortunately is not very familiar to many others outside Kerala. So I'll just try to very briefly present the historical context and also a little bit of biographical information about him. The historical context is Pundanam is a 16th century poet, okay, and he was a contemporary of, that's a very important information, he was a contemporary of two other important and more celebrated poets. One is Tunja Tezhuthachan, who is hailed as the father of Malayalam language, Bhasha Pidava, we used to call him in Kerala. There are ample reasons for that. It's not that, the language Malayalam was not there before Ezhuthachan. It was there before Ezhuthachan. There is a reason why he is known as the father of Malayalam language. And that's because of his contributions to philosophy. Because Ezhuthachan himself was a great thinker, a great philosopher, and a great Advaitin, a great Vedantin and an Advaitin. Pondanam, and apart from Ezhuthachan, Melputtur is another poet who lived in Kerala around the same time, but largely composed his works in Sanskrit. A great scholar, as most of us know, the composer, the author of Narayaniam. And what is common to all the three is that they have all composed important works on the what you call the Vaishnava tradition in Kerala, which is definitely different from the kind of Vaishnava tradition which we find in Tamil Nadu and other places of this country, because you know that Shaiva Vaishnava division was not very strong in Kerala. Okay, so so that was around 16th century. We could find the evolution of this language, in where language people started using not only for day-to-day conversation, but also for conveying philosophical ideas and very important other information about life. Prior to that, you know, it was largely remained as a vernacular, a language which is used for day-to-day conversation. And whenever people wanted to say something, whenever they want to convey something important, they used to do that in Sanskrit. But around 16th century, poets started using it, and in Ezhuthachan, that is one reason why Ezhuthachan has given a new direction to this whole evolution of this language, in the history of the evolution of this language, with very solid philosophical foundations. His Harinama Kirtanam is the best example for that, which can be comparable to the one of the solid works, philosophical works written in local vernacular, and is Kilipata, the Ramayanam Kilipata and Mahabharatam, particularly the Ramayanam Kilipata, Adhyatma Ramayanam Kilipata. Pondanam was, on the other hand, more towards the Bhakti aspect, more towards the devotion, the Bhakti aspect, which we would find in Ezhuthachan as well, but not. Ezhuthachan is an excellent scholar also. That scholarship, that exhibition of scholarship, we don't find much in Pondanam. Rather, his focus is more on Bhakti. So that makes him more important in today's context, in the present context here. And when it comes to the idea of Krishna Bhakti, and with more specifically on Balakrishna, the young Krishna, the kid, there are two important other people. There is one more person, is Villumangalam Swamiya. Okay, but he has also composed some works, but not very famous as a poet as Pondanam is. Pondanam became very popular because of his Jnanapana, which is a household kind of a thing. Like any Keralite would be knowing something about Jnanapana, at least some lines, some stanza of Jnanapana. Okay, and so this was the time Malayalam evolved as an independent language from the clutches of Sanskrit and Tamil. You know, it was sort of developing its own vocabularies and its own ideas, its own conceptual horizon, by presenting certain very complex philosophical concepts in the local vernacular. So we have to situate Pondanam in this context. Now, about the biographical information, I'm not going to present a very detailed biography of Pondanam. That's not very important for me here. What is interesting is that, at least what is relevant to our this presentation is that, an information which all of you may be knowing, at least some of you definitely will be knowing, is that Pondanam's three important works composed by Pondanam. One is the Sandana Gopalam Pana. Pana is a kind of genre which is written in Malayalam. So Sandana Gopalam Pana was composed when after his marriage, and where he was longing for a child. And it is believed that after composing this pana, he was blessed with a boy, baby boy. And on the day of his, some choruna, which is called, the first day when the baby was given rice, the guests have come and put their clothes on the child, and the child died. So this was a shock, obviously, not to mention it separately, that it was a shock to Pundanam. And he took some time to come out of this grief, and the Jnanapana was composed almost immediately after this tragic incident, in which, you will find very famous, very particularly pinpointed lines like Unnikrishnan Manasil Kalikkumbol, Unnigal Mattu Venumo Makkalai. When the Unnikrishnan, when the kid Krishna is playing in your mind, why do you need actual kids? So this was composed around that age. But there is another very important work when it comes to the idea of, or the experience of Balakrishna. Probably the most important work is the Bhasha Krishnamritam, which was composed at a very later age. Maybe he was around, there are indications that he has turned 90 years by the time he composed it. It was almost just before his death. Okay. And in which we could find, the poet, particularly the initial sections of the work, the poet is completely immersed in the world of Bhakti towards the Balakrishna, the young Unnikrishna. In Malayalam, we call it Unnikrishna. The term Unni is a very interesting term in Malayalam. You would find it's a common name given to many Keralites. Unni is small. Unni indicates some affection. Okay, the very term Unni arouses affection in the minds of people. That's the cultural significance of the term. So please allow me to use Unnikrishna instead of Balakrishna, because Balakrishnan is also another proper name in Kerala. But Unnikrishnan sounds more, it's rather closer to the image of the kid Krishna. Okay. So I'll be using the word Unnikrishnan rather than Balakrishnan, right? And okay, and the work is about Bhakti. Most of the works which were composed by Pundanam was dealing with Bhakti. And what is a little bit of Bhakti? When you talk a little bit of Bhakti, about Bhakti, what is so peculiar about it is that it's an experience which is beyond reason. Like it's not the result of a philosophical contemplation. It's beyond reason. It doesn't need the support of, you can of course rationalize Bhakti, but that's again a philosophical business. But for a Bhakta, it's not a philosophical quest. It's rather an experience which goes beyond reason, which takes him or her beyond the rational capacity, the rational categories of the human mind. So, the interesting aspect is that one who is really rational finds it difficult to be a Bhakta. So I'm not saying that you would find a clash in such people. See, for example, the classic example is Shankara, who is rational to the core, no doubt about it, because he's arguably the greatest philosopher India has produced, no doubt about it. But at the same time, he is also composed some of the most beautiful Bhakti kirtanas in Sanskrit. Bhajagovindam is one example. But even in Bhajagovindam, you would find his philosophy. So the prominent aspect is his philosophy rather than Bhakti. It's not a Bhakti Kavya. Bhajagovindam is not, it's more a philosophical treatise than a Bhakti Kavya. Okay, he was actually narrating, he was actually discussing the idea of Bhakti, what is the importance of Bhakti. Even in his interpretation of Bhagavad Gita, you would find it. So my point is that, the point which I'm trying to argue is that one who is rational finds it difficult to be Bhakta. And the path of reason is different, because reason follows a very different path. Reason is a tool if you go through the literature in epistemology, we'll find how reason is employed by the human mind in order to arrive at a certain kind of knowledge about the world in which one lives. Because, the rational world or the rational experiences have got their limitations. So reason is a kind of a faculty which the mind employs. It's a kind of a software. Reason is a software which the human mind employs in order to gather information and knowledge about this world, so that we can make our living. We can cope up with it in a more useful manner. So this is what we do. On the other hand, Bhakti is not a tool like reason. It's not a faculty like reason. It's rather, I would call it an anubhuti. Okay, some sort of an anubhuti, which in Sanskrit, in Shankara's terms, aparoksha anubhuti. Bhakti is a kind of anubhuti. It's an experience of fulfillment, and you can't rationalize it. Probably you cannot really. I mean, you can of course rationally explain Bhakti, but you cannot rationalize Bhakti. You cannot explain your experience, because it's an anubhuti. So, and in Indian tradition has accepted Bhakti Yoga. I mean, the term Bhakti Yoga itself suggests that it's considered as one of the yogas. And yoga, as the term indicates, means union. So somewhere, it indicates that this Bhakti can be used, or Bhakti takes us to some form of union with the absolute reality, which is self-realization, which we call self-realization. Bhakti takes us to the realization of the self, and it tells you, there is a reason, or rather, it tells you to live in this world with a specific aim, with the aim of flourishing in this world, with the aim of experiencing, with the aim of attaining certain higher levels of experiences, which is called anubhuti, which is the Advaitins would call it Brahma Sakshatkara or whatever. So a Bhakta would say that it is Ishvara Sakshatkara, or the aim of experiencing God. Whether it is Brahma Atma Aikya experience or Ishvara Sakshatkara, whatever it is, at the experiential level, there might be hardly any difference. Okay, so when we try to understand Bhakti, or when we approach the concept of Bhakti, we know that there are scholars have mentioned that there are several types of Bhakti, like Shravana, Kirtana, Smarana, Padasevana, Archana, all kinds of different ways in which Bhakti can be practiced, or Bhakti manifest in human experiences of Bhakti. Okay, and one interesting thing is that we'll find all this in Pundana, in his works. If you read closely his works, you will find all these different aspects, the Navada Bhakti, the 9 important forms of Bhakti, the manifestations of Bhakti could be found in his works. So I'll just come to that a little bit later. Now, what I'm trying to argue is that, why the Unikrishna, the Balakrishna, the kid is, what is the significance of, the kid in that entire context of Bhakti Yoga? Okay, with an analysis of Pundanam's work, particularly his later work, the Karnamridam, and also a little bit of Jnanapana, right? So there is this whole idea of Brahmanupava, which is, as the Bhagavad Gita says in chapter 12, the Bhagavad Gita says that the Brahmanupava is the result of some sort of upasana. Okay. And for people who follow the path of Jnana Yoga, it demands some sort of avyaktobhasana. Avyakta means something doesn't have any particular form, something which is very abstract. I mean, I don't want to call it abstract because abstract is a very, it's a kind of experience which is outside. I mean, it's abstract is a kind of concept which lies outside experience. But Brahmanupava is our experience. It's the highest form of experience. It's a kind of anubhuti which Indian tradition talks about a lot. And the person, the yogi who has attained this Brahmanupava through Avyaktobhasana is understood as a Nischala Chitta, one with a static consciousness, whose consciousness is unaffected, like an ocean, the famous metaphor of ocean in Bhagavad Gita. Abhuryamanam ajala pradishtam samudra. So it's like a samudra. It's like an ocean to which water from several sources approach, but remain unaffected by these waters, which reach it through several sources, through lakes and other several sources, rain, lake. So the consciousness of a yogi, the consciousness of a person who has attained the Brahmanupava, the anubhuti of that absolute reality, is something like this, you know. And Bhagavad Gita says that it's dukkeshu anadiknamana, sukheshu vidaspriha, vidaraga bhayakroda stidadir muniruchade. I'm sorry about my Malu accent of Sanskrit. Yeah, so because sukha and dukkha, this is a fundamental dichotomy that plays a key role in all human experiences. Sukha and dukkha. We are either here or there, or we seek this and try to avoid that. This is called karma. The approach, or something which humans try to attain sukha and avoid dukkha. And that process, that phenomenon is called karma. And according to the Indian tradition, karma is one of the mahavishas, great poisons that would contaminate the human self or human everything about man. So vidaraga bhayakrodha, it's beyond all such emotions, all such fearful experiences. Raga bhayakrodha, ragadis, the 6 ragas or 8 ragas, whatever. So stidadir muniruchade, static. So why this experience is preferred for a yogi? So the yogi seeks to attain this experience because for the sake of shanti. Nothing but for the sake of shanti, peace. Bhagavad Gita again says, Nakti buddhirayuktasya nacha yuktasya bhavana nacha bhavayadat shandasya kudassuga. One of the most often quoted, from the Bhagavad Gita, ashandasya kudasugam. There is no sukha for a person without shanti. And sukha is the aim of life. Sukha has definitely 2 aspects, 2 important aspects. One is the physical aspect. The other one is the Brahmanupava, the spiritual aspect. So if you consider this, the attainment of sukha as the objective of life, now the question is, how does a Bhakta attain this? And why Balakrishna? Why Unni Krishna? Why the kid Krishna can effectively take this? Why did Pundanam consider this? Particularly in his most matured work. The answer to this tells us who a Bhakta is and what Bhakti is. Because, it's an anubhuti, or it's a process. I would now call it a process because anubhuti comes at a very later stage. Bhakti has several layers. So it starts with, in the beginning, it never goes to the highest level. So the aim of Bhakti is to break the fetters of the self. the several layers that covers the self. As the Mandukya Upanishad says, the 7 karyobhadis, Deha, Indriya, Manas, Buddhi, Ahankara, Chitta, and Prana. The 7 karyobhadis, the causal conditions, the 7 conditions that make the jiva part of this world. All the 7 conditions have to be transcended or overcome. Okay. So you have Deha, the experiences of the body. And experiences of the body, Indriya. Indriya is part of the body itself. Deha, Indriya, Manas, Buddhi, Ahankara, Prana, Chitta. So to withdraw, and this is where, we have to identify, where we'll ultimately identify, locate the seat of desire. To withdraw the desire for bodily embellishments is the aim of Bhakti. And to focus on Atman. The famous Bhagavad Gita metaphor, like a tortoise which takes its legs inside its body. What is stated in the Yoga, Patanjali Yoga Sutra as one of the limbs of yoga, Pratyahara, where you cultivate, you train your mind so that it would be able to withdraw the sense organs from the objects. Okay, so this is the path of Shanti, path to Shanti. And again, the in Bhagavad Gita chapter 12 says, Krishna says, Arjuna, do everything for me. Withdraw the mind from everything else. Always think of me and do upasana to me. Fix mind on me and make your intellect enter me. Then you remain with me. To fix mind on me is to practice yoga, which is not very easy. Abhyasa is not very easy. So Krishna says, if that is not possible to practice, perform all actions for me. You have to perform, because as long as you are in this world, you cannot be an akarmi. You would be performing karmas. So, but then perform those karmas for me. So this is what is expected from a bhakta: selflessness, egolessness, the overcoming of ahankara. And this lead to, this whole attitude of performing all actions for the Lord leads to egolessness. This ultimately leads to sarva karma phala tyaga, which points to the sadhana chatushtaya of the Vedantins. Nitya, anitya, vastu viveka, shama, damadi, sadhana sambat. Sorry, iham utrartha phala bhoga viraga. That's the most important part. Iham utrartha phala bhoga viraga. Phala bhoga viraga. So detachment, viraga, towards the result, fruits of action. So phala tyaga. So tyaga can be cultivated only if you are it can be easily cultivated if you are a bhakta, because you do it for the Lord. So you don't desire anything. So that in phenomenology, we call it suspension. We bracket it. We are suspending the self. We are suspending the jiva. Not the self, not the Atman, but the jiva. We are suspending the jiva and do things not for the jiva, but for the Lord. Since we continue to do it for the Lord, slowly we cultivate this culture of sarva karma phalatyaga. Okay. And bhasha karnamrutam, that is why I said, this work of Pundana, which is arguably, which I believe is his later work, probably is arguably the last work composed by him. Because, the very language itself is very difficult. Different from Jnanapana's language. It's a bit complex than, this is my personal experience, a bit complex than the language of Jnanapana. and more poetic. Sometimes, it's more poetic. The emphasis is it's literally flowing from his mind. And there you would find a very dominant image of Krishna, Balakrishna. Okay. And probably, this is where you can identify the philosophy of Puntanam. The stanza 8 of this work says, I'm using the translation of Ramachandra. I forgot his name. Believe it. I think I should mention that. I've done it later. Yeah. Like all babies playing and trying to get up, you lay down and lifted your very dear hands. And then when you spread all 5 fingers separately, you were not able to get the balance. And then your little flower-like body fell down. And even then you brought a little honey-eyed smile and showed both your baby hands, O Lord of earth, and I salute you. This is what he says. So this is, as I mentioned, composed at a very, it's a most matured work. And the image of the kid has emerged during the early age, but the Bhasha Karnamritam, it is the dominant image. Krishna as a kid, the ultimate, because the kid is the ultimate image, the ultimate metaphor of egolessness. Kids have no egos. They don't keep any animosity in their mind because, nothing clings to their mind. And the image that arouses in us the experience of selfless love, that's another interesting aspect of the kid. Because the moment you see the kid, the parental instinct in you, as the psychologist would say that there are several instincts in man, the parental instinct is aroused. So the image that arouses the kid in us is the experience of selfless love. And the naughty kid Krishna, who needs no permission to enter your hearts. So Krishna is a naughty kid, not a silent one. You would find Krishna in Bhagavatam. In fact, there are interesting stories about Krishna in Kerala. Vilumangalam Swamiyar, for example, because the Swamiyar was preparing for a puja for Krishna, and the Balakrishna, the Unni Krishna was running around. Swamiyar was able to see Krishna with his eyes. And Krishna was running around and spoiling things. Whatever he prepares for the puja, he spoils it. And at one point of time, Swamiyar gets irritated and angry and says, Krishna. Suddenly, the boy stops and says, and he was asking, Arkvendi, for whom you are doing all this? So this is a meaninglessness. This is to convey an important lesson of ego. You are doing it for someone. You've forgotten to whom you're doing it. You're doing it for the Lord. But now the performance aspect dominates. You forget the Lord. The performance aspects dominate. And whenever the performance aspects dominate, what happens is your ego also creeps in. And the story says that, thereafter, the Balakrishna, Unni Krishna disappears. Vilumangalam was not able to see him. And this is where, this is the kind of image of Unni Krishna, which is there we have in Kerala. Okay. And Puntanam was also negotiating with this idea. So the naughty kid, the heart is the seat of emotions, passions and desires. The naughty kid who steals of your heart. The kid Krishna who steals your heart and your mind. That is the kind of image you will find in this work particularly. Elasum mashim chilambutalayim kolahalatala. Sorry, I mean, if I quote from Malayalam, that may not be very appropriate. I will just give you the translation with pedant.
No, please do, sir. Go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah. Elasum mashim chilambutalayim kolahalatodaya melatil kaliyim chirichamukhavum trikkaigalil talavum kalikal podiyim kalil kalpodiyim. Or Kali Kalpudi. Kali means, the cows. So you could see it in any way. Kalaya Niravum, Kalushya Vaipum Tatha, Balakrishnan Aduttu Vannoru Dinavum, Kandavu Kangunduyan. So Pundanam is literally narrating that he is seeing Krishna. So this experience, of seeing Krishna. Actually, this is something which I have witnessed from another very important Bhakta of Krishna, Nyaralathu Ramapuduwan, who was a Edaka expert, that Sobana Sangeeta. He explains, Krishna is playing over there. So this is the kind of experience which a Bhakta has. The whole reality disappears. The whole Vyavaharika Satta of Shankara disappears. And you start living in a different Satta. Because, Vyavaharika Satta, what characterizes the Vyavaharika Satta is your ego, Ahankara, your reason. Because reason can never function without Ahankara, without ego. It's an essential component of reason. So once you transcend the ego, the world of reason also disappears. Then it's a different world. Then you start seeing different world. So here, you could see how the egoless Pundanam transcends the world of reason and starts seeing Krishna directly. So he wants to see this. He longs for that. When the child Krishna came here, would I see him daily by my eyes? So this is the only desire. Kanadagunna chara. See, again, what is this anubhuti? A little bit more philosophical explanation we'll find in Jnanapana. The anubhuti of Bhakti, which is his early work, which is more philosophical, which is more profound in terms of philosophical content. And he says, this anubhuti, that the anubhuti of Bhakti, what happens is the complete egolessness manifest. Kanagunna charajara jeeviye nanan kaivittu kupistudikyanam. Everything in Bhagavatam, it says, everyone, whether it is a donkey or a man or a human being or anyone it is, deserves Danda Namaskara. Because Bhagavan exists, Bhagavan subsists, Bhagavan is there as Jiva Kala. Jiva Kala, Kala means the cells, the very cells that compose life in this world is Bhagavan. Since Bhagavan is there everywhere, every entity in this world deserves Danda Namaskara. So that is what it says. It can happen only when you are completely egoless. Kanagunna charajara jeeviye nanangai vittu kupistudikyanam. Sajjanangale kanunna nerathe lajja koodade veenu namikkanam. Bhakti thannil muzhigichamanyudan mattane pole nirtam kudikkanam. Ecstasy. When you transcend your ego, there is an experience of self-forgetfulness. Then there is no self. Then there is no jiva. There is no jiva left. There is no trace of karma left. Jiva is a constituent of karma. Your jiva is the totality of all your karmas and the prarabdha, whatever you bring to this world. So you transcend everything. So what is left? The pure ego, which is not confined to any space or time. So this brings in ecstasy. This is an experience of self-forgetfulness. So this is the experience which Pundanam was trying to, Pundanam was trying to share with us through his poems. And I would conclude here. So I would say that, the image of, particularly in his later work, the metaphor of the kid was very deliberately adopted by him, because he could have done many other things. There are many other instances he could have picked up from the tradition, but he particularly takes up the kid. There are indications, there are reasons why he does it. Maybe his biographical, his life also, in whatever experiences he had in his life ever since he lost his child. Then he writes this, Unni Krishnan Manasil Kalikkimbol. So he started envisaging to imagine the kid as playing in his mind. So there is the image of the kid which was so dominant, and slowly that image he was able to sort of identify that image with the image of the Lord Krishna, the kid Krishna. Okay, so I think I'll wind up my my talk here. So I would be happy if there is any not a question but any observation or any comments. Yeah, thank you. I hope I am within time.
I have a small question. How many works did Puntanam Tirumeni compose?
I'm sorry, I don't know much about that, because I've seen that, some people say that some of the very common works which we are familiar with are attributed to him, but some scholars don't agree with that. So, but definitely these three are for sure his works: Sandana Gopalam Pana, Jnanapana, and nearly about a few others also. And this is probably his last work, which I believe, because
Jnanapana.
No, this Karnamritam, Pasha Karnamritam. It's not a translation of Sri Krishna Karnamritam, but some sort of adaptation. Yeah.
And many people say that in Guruvayur it was Mahavishnu shining with the light of 1,000 suns before, and after Puntanam it has just become Unnikrishnan, that's all.
Yeah.
Am I right? I mean, are they right when they say that?
I don't know, Swamiji, I don't know.
It's been very nice hearing all about Sri Krishna.
No, because one thing is that, the whole Krishna Bhakti is so integral part of Kerala's history. And you will find that this was a kind of a Krishna is an household name. And every village will have a Krishna temple. Even in my village, we have a Krishna temple and a Devi temple. Devi temple is, of course, associated with the Shaiva tradition. People are a little scared of the Shaiva, the Devi temple, but Krishna temple is where, we as kids I remember, we used to just go there and play around, because this identification of Krishna as a player, someone with whom you can play with, someone who has multiple. Then later on, when you read Krishna, later on when you read Bhagavad Gita and Mahabharata, you get a very different image of Krishna as a Yogeshwara. So that was a very interesting evolution of an image. Okay, and Krishna, as all of us know, his references are to be found in the Rig Veda. And then when probably Vyasa was trying to take this dominant Rig Veda image and placing it in his work, and I don't want to, I don't know much about it, but this is my feeling about it. Kerala there are even people who believe that there is one community in Kerala, particularly the Nair community, where we all used to have cows at home. The cow shed is integral part of our homes in Kerala. And they believe, some people even say that the Nairs are the Yadavas who have come from Madhura at the time of that Pralaya, where they fought with each other and died. Some people came there. That is why they have brought their Krishna Bhakti along with them, and also the cows. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Wonderful talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pranam Shri Sadguru. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
For me, now there are two claims to feeling even more grateful to God. One is I continue to be a devotee of Sri Sadguru. Second, you and I share a common name. So, listening to somebody with your erudition and bhakti, it is wonderful.
You have been telling me whenever you meet me this.
So, the way in which you introduced Kerala literature, its evolution, how complex concepts are expressed in simple local language, very nice. And that kind of brings spirituality to the masses, as distinct from being restricted to a smaller group of people. It's very nice. I also really liked, I never thought about it, the instinctive difference with which, when you say Balakrishna is one thing and you say Unni Krishna, it is it's such a wonderfully subtle difference, which I've never thought about. For me, Balakrishna is a little boy, yes, but Unni Krishna is an infant. It's so beautiful in its own way. Thank you so much for that. I just wanted to, and the child's selfless love, the fact that the naughty child needs no permission to enter your heart. I really liked these concepts, including your bringing in, the relevant parts or subsets of the Gita and Upanishads and so on to, what should I say, to embellish, the thoughts that you shared with us. Thank you so much. You mentioned more than once about doing everything as a duty as an offering, as something for God. So I just wanted to read out one of Sri Sadguru's Upadeshams. I think this was at a time when she was talking to some of the devotees about the Gita. So she speaks about that from whom is the evolution of all beings. It's in English. I mean, this is straight from the Gita, the translation. I'm just reading out in English. From whom is the evolution of all beings, by whom all this is pervaded, worshipping him by his own duty, a man attains perfection. Then Sadhguru says, you see, he says that devotion to duty is the highest form of the worship of God. You are doing it, worshipping him. I remember telling some ladies who came, I said, you're sweeping your room. So she, that is that lady, was saying that she has got to sweep. That is my duty. I'm not a housewife. I'm a house slave, she was saying. So I said, all right, Sadhguru. Okay. I said, all right, you are doing it for your family. So you're getting angry. You don't do it for your family. You look at Krishna, look at his picture, tell him I'm sweeping the room for you. Okay. And this is very similar to what you had said. Tell him that you are sweeping the room. I am sweeping the room for you. You do that, then you won't develop a selfish attachment to your people. You won't get angry with them. More than anything else, you earn God's pleasure because you are doing it for God. So, very nicely, I was, she's explained to devotees some years back about this. When you spoke about whatever we are doing, don't do it as, we are doing it, I am doing it, my ego coming in the way and so on. You're doing it for God. I was reminded about that. Thank you so much. Really wonderful talk once again. And we look forward to more in the future. Back to you, Ravi. Pranam to Sri Sadhguru. Ravi, you're on mute, I think. No, not able to hear you. Shyam, can you unmute Ravi, please?
He's unmuted. Can you just check the mic from your end, Mr. Ravi?
We can't hear you. Ravi, we cannot hear you. Hello. Yeah, I think Ravi is having some problem with this network. So it's my pleasure to introduce Sri Vidya Iyer, Dr. Sri Vidya Iyer. She is she's a guest faculty at Rukmani Devi College of Fine Arts, the Kalakshetra Foundation, and she's also guest faculty at Tamil Nadu, the Tamil Nadu J. Jayalalitha Music and Fine Arts University. Her academic qualifications are PhD degree from Department of Indian Music, University of Madras, on the topic Life and Contribution of Margadarshi Sheshayangar. She has done her MPhil also, and she is been giving music performance. She's an A-grade artist of the All India Radio in violin and vocal, and her gurus have been Sangeeta Kala Acharya, Sangeeta Bhushanam, Sri Kalkata, K.S. Krishnamurthy, and continued. Her mother also, Srimati Geeta Ramasubramanian, also has been her guru, and from a violin perspective, she's been a disciple of Srimati Lalita Raghavan. She's won many accolades like Narayana Tirthar Award, granted senior scholarship by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and D.K. Pattamal Award, and published many papers and presented in many seminars. It's a privilege to have you here, Dr. Sri Vidya. Over to you. Thank you very much.
And namaste to one and all present here. Thank you, sir, for the intro. Pranams to Sadhguru. Firstly, I would like to thank. I would like to thank all the other presenters here who gave me a very wonderful, insightful, thought-provoking presentation, which I enjoyed, and I'm sure I'm going to enjoy further too. It gives me great pleasure to be presenting my talk amidst this august audience. Please give me some time. I'll share my screen. Yeah, hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. My topic for the day is Narayana Tirtha's portrayal of Balakrishna. Narayana Tirtha is a pre-Tunji composer. Yeah, he's a pre-Tunji composer, and he holds a very important place as his compositions are very well known for his beautiful Sanskrit, interwoven into musical constraints, and have lived through the ages as well by means of the Bhajana Sampradaya tradition. After much research, it has also been established by Sri B. Natarajan that the period of Narayana Tirtha is roughly between 1675 to 1745 AD. Narayana Tirtha is an ardent devotee of Lord Krishna. He was born in Kaza of Guntur district in Andhra Pradesh. He was known by the name Govinda Shastri in his Purvashrama, and he took up to Apat Sannyasa when he was caught in a flood in the river Krishna. Narayana Tirtha became a disciple of Sri Shivaramananda Tirtha, whom he mentions in most of his works. I'll particularly be dealing with the Krishna Lila Tarangini, and in this opera, in the 7th song of the 8th Taranga in Madhyamavati Raga Atatala, in the last Sharanam, he says, Veda Bhaga Vichara Jata Mati Priya Pranayena Varnita Shivarama Tirtha Padambuja Brahmarena. The musical works of Narayana Tirtha include the Krishna Lila Tarangini, Parijata Harana Nataka in Sanskrit, another Parijata Harana Nataka in Telugu, which is incomplete, and literary works include Haribhakta Sudharanava, which is a kavyam, Panchikarana Vartika Vivarana Deepika, Subhodhini, which is a commentary on Brahma Sutra, Bhattabhasha Prakasha, and Prabha, which is a commentary on Tarka Sangraha Deepika. In the Krishna Lila Tarangini, Narayana Tirtha narrates the sequences as observed in the 10th skanda of the Bhagavata from chapters 1 to 58. That is, from Krishna's birth up to Rukmini Kalyana. They have been organized into 12 tarangas, as he calls it, in Krishna Lila Tarangini, and they are as follows. The first taranga deals with the birth of Krishna. The second one deals with Putana Moksha, his childhood pranks. The third taranga with Brahma Mohana and the episode of Yajnapatnis. The fourth taranga with the reformation of Kaliya. The fifth one with Gopika Vastra Paharana. and lifting of Govardhanagiri. The sixth Taranga is about Gopis' communion with Krishna and the first Rasa Krida. The seventh one is Krishna's advice to the Gopis. The eighth one is when Gopis search for Lord Krishna after his disappearance and Krishna reappears and culminates on the second Rasa Krida. The ninth Taranga is Krishna's entry to Mathura. The 10th one is the slaying of Kamsa. The 11th Taranga is Uddhava's visit to Brindavana and entry into Dwaraka. And the final 12th Taranga is Rukmini Kalyana. In this opera, 302 slokas, 153 kirtanas, 31 churnikas are present, spread over 12 tarangas or waves. Narayana Tirtha has used different meters in these slokas, and some are mentioned here. He has predominantly used Anushtubh, Arya, Indra Vajra, Upendra Vajra have also been used, and many more listed here. In this paper, the first 5 tarangams or waves have been taken up for study, as the theme of the webinar is Balakrishna. The narrative element of the Nataka is predominantly dealt with in Gadya or Sloka forms. The Gitas, Kirtanas or Dharus are mostly descriptive in content and comprise salutations to the Lord. Narayana Tirtha commenced the work with salutations to Lord Ganesha and Garuda in the first 2 Gitas. The third song, which is in praise of Lord Vishnu, Jaya Jaya Ramanatha, Jaya Jaya Dharanatha, is the third song. Following this, there is a sloka on Lord Krishna, which is in Anushtubh Chanda again. Krishna Krishna Kripa Sindho, Bhakta Sindhu Sudhakara, Mam Uddhara Jagannatha, Maya Moha Maharanavat. Here, Krishna is described as a reservoir of compassion, Daya Sindhu, who is like the moon, Sudhakara, for the ocean of devotees. O Lord of the worlds, liberate me from the misguiding ocean of worldly pleasures, illusion, and infatuation, moha. In the first charana of the 6th Gita, in this first tarangam itself, Narayana Tirtha says, Ramakrishna Govindeti Nama Sam Prayoge Kam iha snatavyam sarvottama prayage. Here, he says the uttering of Rama, Krishna and Govinda in unison is equal to the holy waters of the Prayag, which is more pure than the holiest of waters. Let us all drench ourselves in the holy Prayag by doing Nama Sankirtana. The importance of Nama Sankirtana has been beautifully highlighted in this sloka, and I thought I'd share. The next sloka I'll be dealing with mentions Krishna as the Supreme Lord after Yashoda sees him effortlessly killing Putana, Shakata and Trinavarta even as a baby. Nihate Shakate Padabhyam Trinavarte cha Mardite Krishnena Vishnuna Soyam Swastaha Kridati Balavat. Having killed Sakatasura, who was seated on a toy placed in the cradle of baby Krishna with his bare feet. Trinavarte cha Mardate, Trinavarta, a demon in the form of a cyclone. Lord Krishna, who is clearly a manifestation of Lord himself, Krishnena Vishnuna Soyam Swasta Kridati Balavat. He is placed just as if he is an ordinary boy. He has also used Upajati meters, which are predominantly used in Telugu and Kannada literature. For instance, the Dvipada, which is the most popular of the Upajati meters, which has 3 Indraganas and a Suryaganas. 3 Indraganas which have 5 or 4 syllabic units per feet, and Suryagana having 3 syllabic units per feet. And every line having 2 such padas, hence the name Dvipada, is illustrated here. In this Dvipada, Yashoda describes Balakrishna in awe as she realizes that he is Lord Vishnu himself. Sakala Lokadhara Satchidakara Prakatita Agamajala Padma Vilola. O thou who is the primordial driving force of the entire world, embodiment of Sat and Chit, Prakatita Agamajala, who shines bright with the wisdom of the Agamas, Padma Vilola, who rejoices with his consort Mahalakshmi. Aganita Gunagrama, who is an embodiment of innumerable good virtues, Atma Bhirama, who delights the soul, Mriga Madankita Phala, who has the Kasturi Tilaka on his forehead, Mitra Anukula, who always protects his friends, Nagaraja Varadhira, who is as strong as the king of mountains, the Himalayas, Nana Vihara, whose leelas are innumerable, Khagarajavaha, who rides on the king of birds, Garuda, Khagaraja, who emancipates us from the worldly pleasures, and so on. Nirgata Bhava Moha. I'm just taking first few charanas or first few lines of but these compositions tend to be a little longer than this. For the purpose of the presentation, I just take up 3 or 4 lines to demonstrate. The Gopikas too begin to realize that it is the Supreme Lord who is playing amidst them. And here is presented a kirtana in which one gopi sings to another as they play with Lord Krishna. Krishnam kalaya sakhi sundaram Balakrishnam. Hey Sakhi, always meditate on this epitome of beauty who assumes the form of a small child, Balakrishna. Krishnam gata vishaya trishnam. He who detaches from the transient world. Jagat prabha Vishnum, who is the Lord of the universe. Surari gana Jishnum, who is the destroyer, Jishnu of the enemies of good people, Suras. Meditate on that Balakrishna always. Sada Balakrishnam kalaya sakhi sundaram. Nrityantamiha, he who keeps dancing 1 minute. Muharatyanta aparimita, and suddenly makes us relish and realize Bhrityanukulam akila satyam. Makes us relish and realize the all-pervading primordial truth. Always worship that Balakrishna, Sada Balakrishna. Dhiram Bhavajaladi Param, O brave one who helps us cross the ocean of worldly pleasures. Sakala Vedasaram, the essence of all the Vedas. Samasta Yogi Taram, who protects all the yogis from the worldly pleasures. Always worship that Balakrishna, Sada Balakrishna. Shrangara Rasabhara Sangeeta Sahitya Ganga Lahari Kela Sangam Sada Balakrishnam. He who rejoices the union of music and poetry, which is filled with Shrangara Rasa and is like the waves of the river Ganga. Always meditate on him. Narayana Tirtha's language is abundant with prosodic embellishments of Mohana, Dvityakshara Prasa and Antya Prasa, as can be seen here as well. Krishnam Kalaya Sakhi Sundaram Balakrishnam. Krishnam Gata Vishaya Trishnam. Krishnam and Trishnam come in Dvityakshara Prasa. And so as in Vishnum and Jishnum. Another wonderful sloka in the second Taranga, which is presented after a Gadyam, where the friends of Yashoda complain of Krishna helping all the Gopa boys to steal the curd and milk from pots, which are actually tied very high. After having his fill, he gives all the remaining to the others surrounding him, including cats and other creatures and animals. Yashoda's reply is given here in the form of a sloka. Vittam, Vittam, Vrajabuvi Sukham Paryatantam Mukundam. He who wanders around in the streets of Vrindavan, according to his wish, and happily, Madhye Madhye Hrita Dadi Payah, he happily consumes the milk and curd kept in every house happily. Payantam Pibantam, Buddhau Buddhavaham iti. In truth, he is actually the Paramatma who by these Leelas makes it clear to those who think that they are the wise. Buddhau Buddhavaham iti. Swantamabhasayantam. For them, the ego is seated so firmly in their minds. For them, he makes it clear that it is me, I am the Paramatma who is actually making you. So you have to keep thinking of me, is what he tries to prove with this, is what she says. So saying, Yashoda signals to Krishna to hug her from behind in an appeasing manner, Anunaya. In the third Taranga, Balakrishna is a small boy who takes the cows and calves for grazing. This act is commenced with all the celestial beings singing the praise of Lord Krishna. Alokaye Shri Balakrishnam Alokaye Sakhi Ananda Sundara Tandava Krishnam Alokaye. Behold Balakrishna, O friend who dances beautifully in ecstasy. Navanita Khanda Dadhi Chora Krishnam. Behold that butter thief who likes the fresh scoop of butter. Navanita Khanda, whom emancipates his devotees from the ties of worldly pleasures. Bhakta Bhava Pasha Bandhana Mochana. Bhakta Bhava Pasha Bandhana मोचन बालकृष्णं आलोकये. Neelamegha Shyamala Sundara Krishnam. Behold that beautiful one, hued like the dark blue cloud. Nitya Nirmalananda Bodha Lakshana Krishnam. The embodiment of pure, endless wisdom and the delightful truth. In the 80th and 81st sloka, we have the Brahma Mohana episode, where Brahma, after seeing Lord Krishna playing with his friends on the fields, playing his flute, Lord Brahma falls prey to illusion and hides away his friends and calves. In this following sloka, again in Anushtup Chandas, Kriteshu Vatsala Baleshu Nyatva Vidhi Vicheshtitam. Upon noticing that the calves and his friends being thieved, Krishna understands, Nyatva, that it is the foul play of Brahma. Tanmatristo Stoshayam Yamasa Swayam Vasadi Dehabak, and takes the form of calves and gopas and delights their mothers. Itham Bhutam Harim Drishtva Vatsarante Vidiswayam. Thus, for a year, Krishna resides as all the calves and gopas in the entire Gokula. Sandarshita Jagatkoti Shariram Stauti Sadharam, till the day when Brahma feels ashamed of his act and extols him, Stauti, as the all-pervading Supreme Paramatma. In the 5th Taranga, Narayana Tirtha talks about Gopika Vastraharanam. This is here the dialogue between gopis and Lord Krishna is recorded in the form of a dharu. Lord Krishna, as he resides away, as he hides away the gopis' clothes when they bathe, is given here in the form of a Gita. Here each charana constitutes a question and Krishna's reply. Avaranam mama nahi te datum bhavaya gopa vadhu janabrinda. Krishna says, "O gopis, I do not have any garment in my possession to give you." The gopis reply, "Oh, endless one, please return that garment which you took from us." Mamanitam dehi vibho bhavata tadananta. For that, Krishna replies, "Oh gopis, in my knowledge, there is nothing that I own, nor do I see anything which belongs to another. Nitam naiva maya parakiyam naiva." Then the gopis say, "Oh dear one, please return that garment which I asked you to keep. That is mine. Give it to me." Aha grihana bhavaniti purvam dehi tadavaranam mama bandho. So Krishna replies, "Akshita nimilinameva mayoktam sakshadiha tu grihanavaranam. I only meant that my closed eye is the drape. Here, take it from me." And he closes his eyes. So the gopis say, "O Lord of the worlds, that garment which is defined as a dress for seeing us, alokana, please give it to me. Lokalokana vihitavaranam lokeshwaram mama dehi samudditam." Krishna is not going to give it back again. So he says, "Lokasyavaranam na vidhatum loke kopi samartha purushah." Oh gopis, there is no one in this world who is capable of hiding anything from the world. So what do you want? He asks. Then the gopis say, "Oh Lord, give me that kind of a garment which will prevent someone from seeing me. Kaschan nalokayati yatha saman kalaya tathavidam meva avaranam." So Krishna says, "Whomsoever it be will not see what cannot be seen, however contradictory it may be." And so goes the conversation. But the gopis don't, Krishna doesn't give up. "Oh Lord of the universe, we are worthy of sight, but please give us back our garments." Then Krishna says, "There is nothing that cannot be seen. So there is no need of these belittled garments." And so goes the conversation. And finally, gopis say, "Oh Lord, asmabhirna vidheyam kimapi hyapagatam achyuta tadvata Bhagavan. We don't know what we should wear. Oh, that Lord who stole everything from us, please tell us what we should wear." And they all give up. And finally it says, Shivanarayana Tirtha Sangeetam, Shivanarayana Tirtha Sugeetam, Sri Hari Gopi Janava Samvad. Thus sings Shivanarayana Tirtha, the conversation between Lord Krishna and the gopis. The final episode that I would want to mention here is, again in the 5th Taranga, which is the lifting of the Govardhana mountain, the following sloka: Kruddasya tasmadindrasya vavarshu satatam ghanaha gokulam vyakulam tasmadvilokaya dritavan girim. The rain clouds which were summoned by the angst of Indra, Kruddasya tasmadindrasya, produced heavy rains to relieve the puzzled people of Gokula. That is Gokulam Vyakulam. Tasmad avalokaya dritavan girim. Krishna lifted the Govardhana hill. And then what happened? As Lord Krishna held up the Govardhana hill, Chatri Krita Girirajo, he held up the Govardhana hill as if it was an umbrella. Rakshita Gopala Go Ghana Samaje. He protected the animals and Gopas, Gopikas and all the people there by lifting it up like an umbrella. Govinde Tamanantam Bhaktya Gopyo Jagu Param Tushta. All the devotees, gopis started rejoicing and singing the praise of the Paramatma Swarupa, Lord Krishna. And I would like to conclude with this composition here. Govardhana Giridhara Govinda Gokula Palaka Paramananda. O Govinda, thou who lifted the Govardhana hill to protect the people of Gokula. O epitome of happiness, Paramananda. Shri Vatsankita Shri Kaustubhadara, thou who wears the Srivatsa mark on his forehead and the Kaustubha gem. Bhavakabayahara, who destroys the fear that is actually imaginary in nature. Pahi Mukunda, protect me, O Mukunda. With this, I would like to conclude. My conclusions are based on the observations of the author of Venkatesha Priya, which is a Tamil commentary written by Sri Varahur Brahma Sri Guruswami Shastrigal, whose interpretation largely consulted for the presentation of this paper. Narayana Tirtha's depiction of the incidents of the Nataka closely replicates the elements as seen in the Dasama Skanda of Bhagavata, keeping to the thin line between the Sringara and Madhura Bhakti elements. As observed by the narrative elements of the Nataka is predominantly dealt with in Gadya and Sloka forms, and the Gitas, Kirtanas or Dharus are mostly descriptive in content or comprises salutations to the Lord. Finally, I would like to thank all the organizers of this August organization for having given me this opportunity to present my thoughts on Narayana Tirtha's portrayal of Balakrishna. Thank you.
Kumar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm done, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Pranam Shri Sadguru. Sorry, I was not able to unmute myself. Apologies. Dr. Srividya, that's a very, very good. I mean, you led us through so many episodes and events in Sri Krishna's life and some of the learnings and teachings from each. One particularly, I'll probably take it offline to listen again to the recording and the episode where the Gopi ladies and his taking away their clothes. The way you explained it is very unusual. I've not heard that, okay, and I quite liked it. I'll listen to it again at my free time. So thank you again, and we look forward to more talks from you in future. All good wishes.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Pranam Shri Sadguru. Over to you, Ravi.
Thank you, Dr. Srividya. Thank you for your talk. You can hear me now, because there's some problem in my end. Yes. Moving on, we now have Dr. Pramila Murthy who will be presenting her talk. She's going to be speaking on Uttukadu Venkata Kavi and his compositions. Dr. Pramila Murthy, of course, needs no introduction to Freedom devotees. She's been a regular feature and has participated in many events, both in person and on webinars at the foundation. A quick introduction. Dr. Pramila Murthy is both a performing artist and academician who was the president and chairperson of the School of Fine Art, Performing Arts, professor and head, Department of Indian Music, member syndicate, University of Madras. She's also the former vice chancellor of the Tamil Nadu Dr. J. Jayalalitha Music and Fine Arts University. She did a master's degree at the Center of Advanced Studies in Indian Philosophy and also did an MA in Indian Music, New Delhi. She completed a PhD in Katha Kalakshepa, a study in which she not only researched the art of storytelling in states of Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Andhra Pradesh, and also Karnataka. Her area of specialization includes here history, theory, practice, Carnatic and Hindustani music, essay Tamil from Sangam classics, and compositions like Divya Prabandham and Tirupari. Musical discourses on various composers who have performed in Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi, and Hindi. She's been an ardent devotee of Sri Sadguru Nananan Saraswati Ma for many years now. In her talk today, Dr. Akkare M. Shubhasri, Assistant Professor of Music, University of Madras, will render the composition of Uttukadu Venkatakavi. It's a pleasure to have you, ma'am, present your talk. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Yes. Good afternoon. My heartfelt pranams to our dear Sadguru, who helped us and led us to Sri Krishna consciousness. Though I was not fortunate to meet Sri Guru Vishnu Mohanji, my pranams to him. My very dear Guru Bhai, Sri Hari Prasad ji, my pranams to you and all the Sahridayas here. Sri Guru Bhai ji is continuing to lead us and continues Sadguru's path to take us into the aura and the blissful realm of Krishna's blessing. And today it is the Balakrishna theme of this webinar. While I was listening to Dr. Sukanya's presentation, this thought came to me. I would like to just share this thought with all of you. Why is the flute so precious, especially Krishna's? Because in the flute, like we have Veena, Venu and Mridangam. In Veena, anybody can pluck a string, or in a Mridangam, one can just take a beat and the sound comes. But here, one has to blow his breath. Krishna, when he blew his breath through this randra of the flute, to make all of us breathless, to forget ourselves, to even breathe. That could be felt only by the gopis who are his contemporaries while listening to his music. Without breathing, no sound emanates from a flute. That too bamboo, this is the most natural instrument, except, making the holes, it's completely a natural instrument. So his breathing was so special, the Lord himself playing the flute. It beckons us, and this is one thing which I wanted to, share with you. And this also has a little bit of connection with the few lines of Uttukadu Venkatakavi before I go into his life and other compositions. In Alaipayude, a composition, I'll tell you, this composition is the most famous composition. I am 68 now. Wherever I sing, people send list of this song. They want this song to be sung. In the Anupallavi, it goes like this. Nilai peyaradu Shilai polave nindra Nilai peyaradu Shilai polave nindra நேரமாவதறியாமலே மிக வினோதமான முரளிதரா என் மனம் அலைபாயுதே. நிலை பெயராது means you're standing very still. You're not taking a step backwards or forwards because of this flute that you're listening to. Silai polave nindra, you're standing like a statue. You know, you're so raptured by this music of the flute. Neramavadhariyamale, you don't even feel that the time is passing. You don't even want the time to pass. Maybe you want the time also to be still. Mika vinodamana muralidhara. Muralidhara is again the flute. The one who is holding it is Krishna here. Mika vinodamana means it's something unusual and you can't even describe it. En manam alaipayide. So naturally, when you listen to Krishna's flute, you can't be sitting still and you can't meditate here. Your mind is going like the waves of the sea. This is one thing which came to my mind just then when I was listening to her talk, and I thought I'll share it with you. Venkata Kavi belonged to the era from 1700 to 1765. Oothukadu Venkata Subbayar was one among the pioneering composers of South Indian classical music, and he was named as Venkata Subramanian. Was born in Mannargudi, 200 miles from Chennai, as the eldest of 5 children to a Tamil Swartha couple, Subbukutti Iyer and Venkamma. This information is available from his brother's descendant named Ramachandra Vadula's family, which also conveys that they belong to the Vadula Gotra. From Mannargudi, the family shifted to many places and Kavi moved to Oothukadu, also known as Denu Swasapuram, near Kumbakonam. One of his nephews, Kavi's nephews, called Kattu Krishna Iyer, was a musician in the court of King Prathapasimha Bhonsle in the later period of 18th century. Venkata Kavi composed many songs in praise of Kalinga Nartana Krishna at Oothukadu. This thala is also known as the Ten Gokulam or the Southern Gokulam. Now there is a story about him as a small boy. He wanted to learn music and he approached a musician, senior musician there, or a teacher who was teaching music. And that person never took him seriously and he just chased him away. He came crying to his mother and saying that this Vidwan did not teach me music. So this lady who was busy in her whatever she was doing at home, she just wanted to pacify the child. She said, why don't you go to the temple itself and sit in front of this Kaliya Nartana Krishna and ask him to teach you music. He will definitely listen to your request and he will teach you. Kavi, in one of his compositions, mentions this. He is said to have been initiated into various aspects of music while meditating in front of this Kalinga Nartana Krishna. In Guru Padara Vindam, in Raga Abogi, he says, I have never studied the scriptures or yoga, nor pretended to have done. Mark this, nor pretended to have done. My Guru's glance, the benevolent one, is the only source. This is the internal evidence he gives in this composition. Kavi's philosophy was devotion through music is the sole path to salvation. Bhakti Yoga Sangeeta Margame Parama Pavanam Ahume is another reference. Perhaps this was later taken by Tyagaraja, where he says Sangeeta Jnanamu Bhakti Vina Sanmargamu Galade. Venkata Kavi's belief was that music should blend with spirituality in order to make it shine. Kavi's usage to wide ragas are noteworthy. Todi, Kalyani, Karaharpriya, Sahana, Kannada Gaula, Jayantashri, Malavi, Umabharanam, etc. However, the last four are attributed to Tyagaraja's Vinta or Vichitra Ragas, which says that he was the first to have introduced these ragas. Now, I don't want to go into that controversy. Now, for Kavi's songs, not being used much is due to one of his descendants, who was a musical discourse performer, who added his own songs and the music as Venkata Kavi's list. So ultimately, the later organizations could not decipher which was Venkata Kavi's and which was the other person's music or compositions. Two other ragas of Kavi we come across, which have not been used by anybody else, is Lalita Gandharvam. There is a composition called Shivanaike, and Deeparam, there is a song called Pada Sevanam. These are said to be again Kavi's creations. Kavi's approach to Sahana, Paras, Nadanama Kriya and Arabi are distinctive and are refreshing. He seems to be the only composer being taught by the Lord himself. He has also mentioned this a while ago. I was giving you the internal evidence. And in many other sources also in songs, he has given this information. Not only ragas and music, but his rare usage of talas are also noteworthy here, like Kanda Dhruvam having 17 aksharas, Sankirna Matyam with 20, Mishra Atta having 18. In Tanjavur, apart from Harikatha, Bhajana, Chinna Melam, which is Sadir or Bharatanatyam, and Periya Melam, the Nagaswara group, the other famous theatrical form was and is Bhagavata Mela Nataka. Melattur, Suramangalam, Salyamangalam, Nallur, Tepperma Nallur, and Uttukadu have been famous centers of this Bhagavata Mela tradition, wherein only male members sing, speak, or enact and dance various themes from Bhagavata. Even today, the only place where this is available is Melattur. Venkata Subbayar belongs to Uttukadu and he lived prior to Tyagaraja. Venkata Subbayar became a very prolific composer in not only Sanskrit but also in Tamil. He was not only an expert in poetry but was also an adept in Laya, which I gave you some examples. His Kaliya Mardana Tillana, which is very popular today, itself is an example which has become famous. And most of his compositions, the other thing is that there are a lot of jatis incorporated in between the Sahitya. Though he was a Trinity composer, the Bhajana Sampradaya Nama Sankirtanam tradition popularized his songs. There's always 5 or 10 of his compositions which are included in the Bhajana Sampradaya, which was actually formulated by the 3 saints, Sadguru Swamigal and Bodhendral and Sri Venkatesha Iyyaval. This was also before the Trinity, where there was more Nama Sankirtana. And Venkata Kavi's compositions are not only popular in Bhajana Sampradaya, but also in vocal music and in Bharatanatyam field also. The songs are very picturesque and bhava oriented. These compositions are set to Rakti Ragas. As I mentioned, the Solkattu Jatis add a special feature to his songs. All 5 nadais, Tisram, that is 3 Takita, Chatusram Takademi, Kandam Takatakita, Mishram Takita Takadimi, Sankirnam Takadimi Takatakita, 4 + 5, 9, are all utilized, and there are also Chittaswaras in some of the songs. Madhyamakala Sahitya also can be seen in many of the compositions. So all these aspects, what I am trying to say, has been there in Kavi's compositions prior to the music trinity. Brindavana Nilaya in Riti Gaula Adi, Rasika Mahottama Sarasangi, Rasi Keli Vilasa in Karahara Priya, Swagatam Krishna in Mohanam, Satakoti Manmata Ananda Bhairavi, Madhura Madhura Atana, and such compositions are all very well known. His Sanskrit compositions resemble the lyrical style of Jayadeva and Narayana Tirtha. It is very interesting to note that somebody heard Taye Yashoda played by a Nagasuram Vidwan many years ago, maybe centuries ago, and they wanted to know who this composer was. Only then they came to know that there was a Oothukadu Venkata Subbayar. Even today, this song is so popular. The interesting aspect is Taye Yashoda has 8 charanas. Maybe he was influenced by Jayadeva's Ashtapadis, and we have 8 charanas here. And in Illai Illai, the song, Krishna gives his replies to the charges of gopis in Taye Yashoda. In Taye Yashoda, it's gopis coming and complaining about Sri Krishna to Yashoda, and each and every charana has the list of complaints. Here, Krishna in Illai Illai song, he's trying to clear the accusations and his opinion about the accusations made by the gopis, and he wants to say Illai Illai, and there we see him justifying whatever he has done. Again, this resembles the complaints of gopis made to Krishna, and Krishna replies as to how he saved them, like in Gokula on many occasions, like the saving them from this Kaliya snake, then Govardhana mountain, how he saved them from that torrential rain, etc. This has been utilized by Tyagaraja in his Nauka Charitram. So what I'm coming to say is that the Trinity were quite aware about his compositions at that time. Another song of his is Sinditavar Nenjil Irupadu, is in Nataraga. Many of us don't know that Oothukadu Venkatakavi also composed in praise of Vinayaka, Radha, Tyagaraja of Tiruvarur, Kamakshi, Rama, Kartikeya, Narasimha, Anjaneya, Ranganatha, and Surya. Also on Sukabrahma Rishi, Jayadeva, and Valmiki. He also refers to Alvars, Nayanmars, Ramanuja, and Tulasidas in his compositions. He must have been one of the earliest to have composed Tilanas. And it also says that he has composed verses, slokas, lyrics, and incorporated jatis, as I mentioned earlier, Javali, Tirupugal, and Kavadi Chindu. Annamalai Reddyar comes much later. Of course, the Chindu meter having 3 lines, the Lakshana is given in Tolkapyam itself. Krishna Ganam, based on Krishna's birth to Rukmani's wedding, is his work. His operas are on Ramayana, Mahabharata, Daksha Yagam, Prahlada Charitram, Dhruva Charitram, Pranavopadesham, the Upadesha given to Lord Shiva by Lord Muruga, folk pieces with 83 stanzas, live sketch of Manika Vasagar, Kungiliya Nayanar, one among the 63 Saivite saints, Tirumange Alvar, Kamakshi Navavarnam. Now this is very, very important, that Kamakshi Navavarnam was, this Navavarnam concept was composed by Puthukadu Venkata Kavi before Muthuswami Dikshitar. Saptaratna Malika and Anjaneya Saptaratnam, Madhava Panchakam, Narasimha Panchakam, Ranganatha Panchakam, 14-15 songs in praise of his Guru Krishna. There is also another view. Some say, some scholars feel that Sri Bhaskara Raya was his contemporary. Could have been another guru of his who initiated him in Devi worship, resulting in the Kamakshi Navavarnam and the Sri Vidya form of worship. Venkata Kavi's poetry and prose have been used by Harikatha experts like Sri Krishna Premi, Sri Haridas Giri, Sri Muralidhara Swami, and Nedamangalam Krishnamurthy is the person who is coming in the line of Kavi. He was the Kavi's brother's descendant who used to perform this Krishna Ganam. And let me now come to the last segment, where I have requested Dr. Subhasri to give us 3 compositions. She'll be singing Palvadiyum Mugam and Ninaindu Ninaindu Ennullam Paravasamiga Pagde. It's quite a popular song. Now, this Palvadiyum Mugam says it conveys the innocence of the child, Krishna. And the other one will be, of course, this Alai Payude. And the last will be the famous Tilana. This Tilana was definitely popularized by Nedamangalam Krishnamurthy Bhagavatar. And let us have the recording of Dr. Subhasri, who is a assistant professor at the music department, Madras University. I think Dr. Sri Vidya will play these compositions.
Yes, ma'am.
My heartfelt thanks to our revered Guru Bhaiji for giving me this opportunity. Right now, I told my husband I want to go to Uttukadu tomorrow itself. This is what I feel. Thank you.
Palvadiyum Mugam Ninaindu Ninaindennullam Paravasamigawagude Kannal Palvadiyum Mugam Ninaindu Ninaindennullam Paravasamigawagude செல்லாதொழிய பால்வழியும் முகம் நினைந்து நினைந்தின் உள்ளம் பரவசமிகவாகுதே கண்ணால் வானமுகட்டில் சற்று மனம் வந்து நோக்கேன் மோனமுகம் வந்து தோணுதே தெளிவான தண்ணீர் தடத்தில் சிந்தனை மாறினும் சிரித்த முகம் வந்து காணுதே கன கோயில் குரலில் கருத்தமை தேடினும் உன்கான குழலோசை மயக்குதே கருத்த குழலோடு நிறத்த மயில் சிறகிரித்தி அமைத்த சிரத்திலே கான மயிலாடும் மோன குயில் பாடும் நீல நதியோடும் வனத்திலே குரல் முதலெழில் மெல்லிசை குழைய வரும் இசையில் குழலுடும் இளிரிளங்கரத்திலே கதிரும் அதியும் என நயன விழிகளிரு நளினமான சலனத்திலே காளிங்கன் சிரத்திலே கதித்த பதத்திலே என் மனத்தை இருத்தி கனவினவிதொரும் பிறவி பிறவிதொரும் கனிந்துருக வரம் தருக பரம் கருணை பால்படியும் முகம் நினைந்து நினைந்தன் உள்ளம் பரவசமிகவாகுதே கண்ணால்.
Kannada pad.
தெளிந்த நிலவு பட்ட பகல் போல் தெரியுதே திக்கை நோக்கி என் நிற புருவம் நெளியுதே கனிந்த உன் வேணுகானம் காற்றில் வருகுதே கண்கள் சொருகி ஒரு விதமாய் வருகுதே கதித்த மனத்தில் ஒரு திபதத்தை எனக்கு அழைத்து மகிழ்த்தவா ஒரு தனித்த வனத்தில் அனைத்து எனக்கு உணர்ச்சி கொடுத்து முகிழ்த்தவா கனைகடல் அலையன கதிரவன் ஒளியன இணையிரு கடலென கழிக்கவா கதறி மனமுருகி நான் அழைக்கவோ இதர மாதருடன் நீ கழிக்கவோ இது தகுமோ இது முறையோ இது தருமம் தானோ இது தகுமோ இது முறையோ இது தருமம் தானோ குழலூதிடும் பொழுது ஆடிடும் குழைகள் போலவே மனது வேதனை மிகவோடு அலைப்பாயுதே கண்ணா என் மனமிகு அலைப்பாயுதே உன்னானந்த மோகன வேணுகானமதில் அலைப்பாயுதே
Pillana.
தாமிததஜ்ஜம் தகதஜ்ஜம் தகதிகதஜ்ஜம் தாம் நீல மனோகர ஜால விபூஷன் நிரத ஜலந்தர புஜங்க நர்தன் நீரஜ தடாக அதிக மிருதுள பத நிகட தரங்கோ துங்க தாடங்க நிர்த்தக நிர்த்தகதாம் தகதை தக ததிமிதியத தக தாகிட்ட தக ஜகத்ரிகுர்த ஜனந்தம் தக ஜகத்ரிகுர்த ஜனந்தம் யமுனா தடாக துங்க தரங்கம் இமகரஸ்மினி தரமித சுபாங்கம் இத்தஸ்ததஸ்தர தருணாபாங்கம் யதிவர ஹிருதய சரோருஹ பிருங்கம் தினததில்லான திரிகுத கிட்டதில்லான அனக சிந்தூர அனக ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಮದನ ಗಂಭೀರ ಉರಕಪಟ ಸಂಚಾರ ನಂದ ಸುಕುಮಾರ ನವನೀತ ಗತಿ ಚೋರ ಚಂದಮಣಿಹಾರ ಜಲ ಭವತಿ ನುತ ಧೀರ ಜಯ ವಿಜಯೀ ಭವನಂದ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ರಜ ಜನ ಪರಮಾನಂದ ಕಿಶೋರ ಕಾಳೀಯ ನಟನ ನಂದ ಗಂಭೀರ ಕರುಣಾರಸಯುತ ಭಾವ ಶರೀರದೀಂ ತತಾಂ ತಧೀಂ ತತಾಂ ತತೈಂ ತಕ ತದಿಮಿದಿಯ ತಕ ಜಗುಣ ಗುಣಂದರಿದ ಗುಣ ಗುಣಂದರ್ ದಿಮಿತ ತಾಕು ದಿಮಿತ ದಿಮಿತ ಕಿಟ ಜನ ವ್ರಜ ಕುಮಾರ ಮಹಿಮಾಲಂಕ ವನಮಲ ಪುಲಂತರ ಕೃತ ಕೃತಾಧಾರ ತಜ್ಜಂ ತತ್ತ ಕಜ್ಜಂ ತತ್ತ ಗಣ್ಣಂ ತತ್ತ ಗುರ್ರಂ ತತಾ ಕುಜಣಂ ತರಿದ ತಕುಜಣಂ ತರಿದ ಅದ್ಭುತ ನರ್ಧನ ಚಿತ್ರಿತ ಮುದ್ರಿತ ವಿದ್ಯಕ ಮುದ್ಭವಮದ್ಭುತಮದ್ಭುತ ತಾಕುಜಣಂ ತತಕುಜಣಂ ತರಿದ ಜಣಂ ತರಿದ ದಿಮಿತ ಕಿಟ ಜಣು ವಿಧಿಶುತ ಕಾಲ ವಿಧಿಶುತ ಶೀಲ ಗತಿಶಯ ನೀಲ ಧೃತ ಪದಲೋ ಲತಾಕುಜಣಂ ತರಿದ ತಕುಜಣಂ ತರಿದ ಜಣಂ ತರಿದ ದಿಮಿತ ಕಿಟ ಜಣು ತದಿಮಿತ ಕಿಟ ಧಿಮಿತಾಗ್ ದಿಮಿತ ಕಿಟ ಧಿಮಿತಾಕ ಧಿಮಿತ ಕಿಟ ಧಿಮಿತಾ ತತಾಂ தத்தோம் தத்தை கிடதக தரிகிடதோம் திமித திமித கிட்ட ஜணுத திம்மி தித்தைய தரிகிடதக தாத்தஜம் அதிசய சுக்கன் ருதபதகரபாத்தஜம் ಸರಸಲೋಕ ಮುರಳಿ ರವನಾದ ಸಕಲ ಲೋಕ ಸಮ್ಮೋಹನ ಗೀತ ತಕ್ಕುದಿನ್ನ ಗದಿನ್ನಂತ ಗದಾದೈದ ಗದಾದೈದ ಋಗದ ಗದಗದಿನ್ನತ್ತಾಂಗತಾದೈದ ಕದಂಬ ಕಿಸಲಯ ಮಿಳಿತ ನೂಪುರ ಪದಂಜಲಿತ ಕೃತ ಪಾದತ್ತಾಂ ತಿಲ್ಲಾನ ದೃಗತಿಲ್ಲಾನ ಕಿಟತೋಂ ತನ್ನನ್ನಂ ಕಿಟತೋಂ ತತ್ತೈದ ತೋಂ ಕೀಟ ತಾ ಕಿಟ ತರೆ ಕಿಟ ಗದೂರಕ ಬಂಧ ಅದ್ಭುತಂಗ್ ಶಿರಶಿ ಚಲನಂ ಇದನಂ ಹೃದನಂ ಇದ ಚಂದ್ರವದಂಕರ ಕಂಕಣ ಕಿಂಚಿದನಂ ಗಗನಂ ಪದರದರದ ಧಿಮಿ ಜಣುತಾಂ ತಥಾಕ ತಿಲ್ಲಾನ ಕನಕ ಭೂಷಣ ತಕಿಟ ತಗಸ್ತಡಾಕ ಬುಧಕರ್ ಮಂದಸ್ ಮಿತಕರ ಹರ ಪೂಜಿತ ಪದಯುಗಳ ಹರಿ ಜಯ ವಿಜಯೀ ಭವನಂದ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ರಜ ಜನ ಪರಮಾನಂದ ಕಿಶೋರ ಕಾಳೀಯ ನಟನಾನಂದ ಗಂಭೀರ್ ಕರುಣಾರಸಯುತ ಭಾವ ಶರೀರ್ ಮದ ಮಧುಕರ ಮಧು ಬದರಳ ಸಮನಯನ ಕಮಲದಳ ಚಲನ ಮುನಿ ಹೃದಯ ಮಪಿಚೋರ ಜಾಗರ ದಯಾಕರ ಮುರಾರಿ ಶ್ರೀಕರ ಮದ ಮಧುಕರ ಮಧು ಬದರಳ ಸಮನಯನ ಕಮಲದಳ ಚಲನ ಮುನಿ ಹೃದಯ ಮಪಿಚೋರ ಗರ ದಯಾಕರ ಮುರಾರಿ ಶ್ರೀಕರ.
Thank you, Subhashri. Yeah, I'm done.
Dr. Pramila, you wanted some more time. We wanted a bit more than 35 minutes. So you can take some more time in case you want to elaborate on some of the aspects of your speech today.
I thought I finished on time, but anyway, is there anybody to talk after me? If there are any questions, I would like to, I have given the entire works of his, and my name is missing here. My face also is missing. It's okay. Are you able to listen to me at least?
Yes, we can.
The thing is, you see, in the music world, there's so much of so much space has been taken over by the music trinity of consisting Tyagaraja, Muthuswami Dikshithar, and Shyama Sastri. Anybody coming before that, luckily, because of the Bhajana Sampradaya, we are able to at least get some compositions of Uthakadu Venkata Subbaya Kavi. And definitely, you can't, I don't think I will blame Nedamangalam Krishnamurti Bhagavatar, because now, for example, when I came to Sri Peetam, Swamiji asked me to do a Harikatha on our Sadguru Ma. So when you give something new like that, we have to, apart from her history, the normal Harikatha Vidwan will start composing something on her also. So Nedamangalam Krishnamurti Bhagavatar may have added some more songs and also tuned. Now the tuning of compositions, we have been very poor in what can I say, preserving the songs. Only Tyagaraja's notations are available in Madurai, thanks to Valajapet Venkatramana Bhagavatar. The Saurashtra community have preserved them. So when we can't say, just because we don't have the original tune, that these compositions are not worth singing. Nedamangalam's version, I still have it somewhere in a cassette. This Tilana, I got it from Malaysia, from a person who had it with her. So what I'm trying to say is, just because we don't have the original music, how can we have something of which happened in 18th century, 1700 to 1765? Somebody was asking me, where is his house? Even your house and my house may not be there, because if if the flats have come so fast, how can I even point out a house which was 50 years before there in a place? So what we have to do is at least you have to preserve the text and tune them. I won't say all the compositions of the Trinity came from their own source, because like how Buddha says, when you put one foot into the river and by the time you put the next foot into the river, the particles are different. So you can't step into the river twice, same river twice. So like that, at least we have the text here. So what do we do? Because it's the oral tradition. So there were no recordings or things. So it's an oral tradition. When I teach a student, when the student sings, there is a little bit of change there itself. So we can't say it is just the same replica, because when compositions go to the concert platform, people will add the sangatis. In Tyagaraja's life, we find that Darin Telsukonti, which he composed, he was surprised to listen to a Nagaswaram Vidwan who had added all those 10, 15 sangatis. If you listen to the, there is a difference between a vocally singing and a, what can I say, Nagaswaram or a flute sangati, like the re ni. This may not sound very nice in a vocal rendition, but this is very thrilling if you listen to a aerophonous instrument like Nagaswaram or flute. Luckily, that Nagaswaram Vidwan played the Taya Yashoda in Todi, which was quite, everybody was taken up by that, even without listening to the words. Now, Nagaswaram would have played the tune of Todi. So, by listening to the tune itself, somebody asked, it's a very unusual tune, whose is this? And then only the identity of Uttakadu Venkatakavi comes into the picture. So what is wrong if you say that Kamakshi Navavarnam is before Muthuswami Dikshitar's Navavarnams? What is that doesn't bring discredit to Muthuswami Dikshitar. So there have been a sort of a partial treatment to this Uttakadu Venkatakavi, who was, he has been a mystic person in his life. From his life history, we come to know these things. And then the other thing is, again, he was a contemporary of Bhaskaracharya. He's a person who is held in very, very high esteem. The Natha Sampradaya is the Adi Natha of this Natha Sampradaya. Even Muthuswami Dikshitar took up this Sri Vidya Upasana from, he was initiated by Chidambaram Natha Yogi, who had also initiated to his father. So they all have this Natha term. How I know this is because one Dr. Kannikeshwaran, who did his PhD, and he went and found out Samadhi in Benares of Chidambaram Natha Yogi. He left his mortal coil there. And Dr. Subhashri and also Dr. Sri Vidya have been their guides, and through that I also learned from whatever they write. So it's a learning process for the guide as well as the student. What I'm trying to say here is Chidambara Natha. Similarly, Sri Natha di Guru Guhu Jayati Jayati Sri Chidananda Natho Hamiti Santatam Hridini. But this is the very first song of Muthuswami Dikshitar. And he says his name is Chidananda Natha. So if you belong to the Natha Sampradaya, you have this Natha suffix added onto your name, like Chidambara Natha. So Bhaskaracharya, and he, in one particular place, he mentions Bhaskaracharya as the sun. Symbolically, he doesn't say Bhaskara, but he says that sun. Here, the name is symbolically given as the Surya, sun. I have to go through the whole song to get that, because today's talk is not on Muthuswami Dikshitar, but what I'm trying to say is this this Vutukadu Venkatakavi was the contemporary of this Bhaskaracharya. So that is something which I found out only now. Otherwise, that aspect would have gone. So, but one thing about this family is that they have published most of all his compositions. So that way it is available, but it should be. And another point which I missed was Mr. Ravi Kiran, who has taken it upon himself to revive these compositions and teach his students also. That I forgot to mention. So he is trying to see that Puthukadu compositions are getting revived, and I feel these compositions have to be, sung and made more popular. Just look at even 4 or 5 compositions like Palvadi, Mugam, Alaipayude, again the Kannada Raga. The Kannada Raga is a very beautiful Raga. It has pathos, it has happiness, it has one what can I say, a sort of a detachment. If you listen to the Darbari Kannada of that Mughal Assam, Pyar Kiya To Dharna Kiya is one of the excellent creations of Naushad Ali. To listen to that song, the Darbari Kannada is the Kannada which was in Darbar. Darbari means in the Sabha of the king. So this Kannada is whether it's a south or north or what, it's an Indian raga. So we have certain prayogas which are slightly different, like Mapada, you get that sort of a plain notes, that Suddha Daivatam, and here we have both the Daivatams. So Alaipayude and some of these compositions are like Kurai Ondrumille. These songs have really reached each and everybody. Any place you go, this song is really, it goes into the heart of people, not only because of the tune and the song. There is also what can I say, that divinity of the composer is reflected in that, is what I say. Not all the compositions of each and every composer is famous. Some of the songs will touch your heart. And I can go on, and that's it. If there are any questions, I would like to try to attempt to see how best I can answer.
Yeah, one more question, madam, is this the complex talam, like Kalinganartana Tillana. Can you tell us more about the talams are very complex for many of us who are lay rasikas. So can you tell us something more about such a beautiful, mesmerizing talam that goes into this Tillana?
It is not one talam. If you listen to that, there was a little bit of pause coming. Of course, we should thank Aruna Sairam for reviving this Tillana after Nidamangalam Krishnamurti Bhagavad. She has taken the pains to learn it, and it was going on and on and on. I don't think I'll even have the patience or the memory to sit and learn it, but listening is after some age, an advanced age, it's better to listen to it. But you see, as I told you, he has used also like 18 and 17 and different akshara columns. Normally we use the atatalam like atatala varnam, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mostly it's there only in the atatala varnams. Otherwise, nobody else except maybe Mutsam Dikshitar might have composed in the saptatalas. Otherwise, it's the alankaram which we get here. He has put in like takadimi, takadimi, takita, 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 like that. That there are words also coming in the talam. Okay, you have to sit and break it up, and we can do one just only for the Tillana itself. But I wanted that Tillana to be sung because the Tillanas which we are singing today are Patnam Subramani Iyer or Puchi Srinivasa Iyengar, or much later is Lalgudi Jayaraman sir and many other Tillanas. This person, none of the Trinity have composed Tillanas, but here was Venkata Kavi. Okay, I have a feeling that they may have even witnessed a dance of, he would have been blessed with a dance of Kali Mardana Krishna, When Krishna is teaching him everything, you think he won't give that vision? This is something very heavenly. This is not like any other ordinary Tilana that I have listened to. It's something very mesmerizing, you know. And I have not seen anybody dance so far. Of course, Subhashri sings also for dance, so that's how she has, maybe somebody has danced for this also. But what I'm saying is, all that Laya complexities, he's bringing it in. What she sang was the Charanam. I asked her to sing the Charanam. All this comes there. And there is also another song in Arabi Raga, Rasa Vilasa. There also you have also, it's a Sanskrit composition. We couldn't take a Sanskrit composition because I don't think she knows. You know, it's very, very sad that his songs, at least about 50 songs should become more popular. So this particular, you can only have the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, or a mixture of that. Of course, the Tala aspect we have now. We also saw that he has composed Tirupugal. So he must have been aware of the Chanda Talams of Arunagirinathar. Arunagirinathar was, he mentions Prauda Devaraya. So he was a composer in the Vijayanagara Empire. So there he doesn't mention the Tala, it's only the pattern, Chandam. Tana, 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 like that, all the permutation combinations. So all that, see, they also get inspiration from other composers and compositions and things like that. So I was surprised to find the word Javali. The Javali comes much later after Muthuswami Dikshitar's disciples, who are the Tanjore Quartet. But the word Javali is mentioned in one of the life history of Uttukadu. So he has tried everything. He has tried, as I said, he has tried Kavadi Chindra, he has tried Navavarnam. So what's wrong if he was before the Trinity and he has composed these things? I don't see any. You have to be a little bit, I think, objective about this. You can't say there's nobody greater than Trinity. Of course, the Trinity are great. I don't say no. If they are not there, we won't even have compositions. But here is a person. Why do you want to say that he has not composed? There's a Kamakshi Navavarnam. It's only his. I don't know whether I answered your question.
No, I think yeah, it was quite insightful, madam. You mentioned Tirupugar. The next speaker, Sri Madhusudanan Kareshalvan, is going to talk about Krishna and Tirupugar. So just wanted to mention. So the connections are so intricate and so vast.
Yeah, I would like to appeal to our Guru Bhai that we should have only 1 day seminar only for Uttukadu.
Shyam, can you unmute Swamiji, please?
Yes,
Shyam?
the song can be analyzed in depth, and
not only that, every other aspect. See, look at the plethora of his compositions. So we should have different aspects of Uttukadu himself. Because there's so much, you know, we didn't touch upon the Sanskrit, you know, it's so vast a topic that I think we should bring him to the fore. Nowadays, the youngsters are there to, you know, who can bring out all these aspects. And of course, Ali Paide again is in Madhura Bhakti. That is Palvadi Mugham is completely about the child who is, and I wanted to also mention about Periyalvar, who says the chutti tunga talarndu, the chutti you wear on the, you know, forehead, that is worn by Krishna, and that is also shaking while he is crawling, you know, and he is crawling and playing on the mud. So that scene is trying to, Periyalvar is trying to talk about. Periyalvar is the person who really talks about a lot of incidents of childhood of Krishna, and he says, "Unakku kandrishti padakudadu," and he sings Pallandu Pallandu for Lord himself, Krishna, Vishnu himself. treating him as a small child. I hope there's no drishti comes to you and pallandu. So that scene itself is very beautiful, that the child is crawling and playing in the mud, and that his chutti also is going here, there, everywhere. That sort of a picture we come to see. So I think we should have a celebration for Uthukadu and Subbaiyer. And in fact, I had a small, beautiful, this particular vigraha of this Kali and you can see that there is a gap between his foot and that Kalia's head. There's a little bit of that gap.
Professor, you are not on video. If you're showing anything on the screen, we can't see it.
I can't myself see it. I'm aware of thing. It's okay. You listen to my voice.
Okay. There's a couple of questions, if I can just ask.
I have to go search for my husband to get this back into.
Will you have time for a question?
I have all the time for Uthukadu and for
Okay. So one is the significance of using North Indian ragas in his compositions, although he's from the south.
I said Darbari, he has not used North Indian ragas at all.
Okay.
This North Indian raga concept comes only when the Kirtan people came down south. His ragas are all Todi, Shankarabharanam, Sahana, and Kannada is not North Indian. Darbari Kannada is North Indian. When I was talking about Kannada, I mentioned Darbari Kannada and Naushad, that song, because everybody knows that popular song. It's a very beautifully tuned that Pyar Kiya To Darna Kya. I think all of you have watched it, or at least that Darbari Kannada is different to Kannada. There is no North Indian here at all. Everything is Sahana, Natakurinji, very typical South India.
Okay. The second question is on Uthukadu's compositions. Is there any research into the combination of the raga and the actual chandas or the meter which is being used? Because you said there's, different numbers are there, right? 17, 18 you mentioned. So is there any research into that? Anything?
That is, as I told you, Atatala has got 14 aksharas. So here he is giving a different combination of Atatala. That is, it depends. See, now you have a beat and finger counts. If 1, 2, 3, 4 means Chatusra. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Tatta which is Aditala. So similarly, Matyatala, normally there is a particular Matyatala we use, but he is giving a different count. So you can always have different counts, means it could be 3, 4, 5, 7, or 9. These are the 5 Lagu Jatis. Lagu is the beat and the finger counts. And then, what I am trying to say is he learned from, we say that he learned everything from Lord Krishna himself. And even in Narayana Tirtha's Tarangams, he used to compose the Tarangams, and if the Lord approves, he used to get a Salangai Sattam from the inside, from the Sanctum Sanctorum. Only then he will say that this Tarangam has been approved by Lord Krishna. This you find it in his his life history. That is not his life history. Similarly, here this compositions which are so varied and so complicated with the talas for the first time, and these 2 ragas I mentioned. Now, as I told you, the Malavi and some other ragas, you find them in the list of Tyagaraja's ragas, which hitherto unknown. But for that, we also have an explanation which says that Lord Narada came and left through 2 or 3 bundles of some manuscripts, and from that he got some ragas. And there is also another book by Manikya Mudaliyar, which is called Sangeeta Chandrige, which has got about 1,000 raga names with the Arona Avarona. So these are all there. But what I'm trying to say is we don't get a Kapi raga or Desh or Jaunpuri and all in our Venkata Kavi's compositions. Today, if they have tuned it, that we can't attribute that to him. So he has, the first song which came out was Todi.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Pramila Gurumurthy. I think thanks to you, we were able to. Sorry, you were saying something?
Why no fiery, controversial questions don't come?
We can ask. Mr. Madhusudan has joined. We can ask controversial questions if that is the question for the question. Then we can ask Dr. Pramila.
Yeah.
No, we just wanted to know if this is controversial enough. Why is who popularized, who revived Utukadu Venkata Kavi's compositions, and why is there so much reluctance to put him on the mainstream, Dr. Pramila?
Muthuswami Dikshitar to have the credit of composing only Navavarna. Don't think that I don't respect Muthuswami Dikshitar. I can't say it openly, but there was some institutions which didn't want to give the credit. And then again, the thing is that Nidamangalam Krishnamurthy Bhagavatar, who comes from that family, and he propagated his compositions. And as I told you, people didn't know whether it was Nidamangalam's tune or what do you call Utukadu Kavi's tune. Now Nidamangalam was he lived in the 20th century, okay, early in 1960s and all that. He was quite popular, Nidamangalam Krishnamurthy Bhagavatar. So how can he have access to a person, his ancestor, who lived in the 18th century from 17 to 1760? So it was only the Bhajana Sampradaya, which Bhajana Sampradaya is a beautiful a tradition which has saved all these compositions in their in the books. We have this all these people who have composed, and then they kept it as a living tradition from morning 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock. This Bhajana Sampradaya was unifying people to get them all together. And here we find there is no discrimination in language. You have even Pundanam compositions are there. So you have Sanskrit, all the Ashtapadis, all the 8 Charanams, and most of the Tarangams. And then little by little, they start with Anamat. It's also in the chronological order. So I learned this Tode Mangalam from our Satalapati Balasubramaniam sir, because we had to perform we are doing it again on 10th of anybody is free, please come on the 10th of February. It's again the 103rd birth anniversary of my father-in-law Sri S. Rajam. Sri Vidya and her sister Sudha Iyer, we are doing a Bhajana Sampradaya. Before that, Dr. Sudha Seshayan is speaking on Kotishwara Iyer. This is going to be at Naradagana Sabha because we have always celebrated my father-in-law's this thing there. So we are trying to revive this Bhajana Sampradaya, and for the first time it's going to be a Mahila Bhajana Sampradaya, only women. So why I'm saying this is, this Bhajana Sampradaya use the Abhangas, use the Bhajans, use the Ashtabadis, use the Narayana Tirtha Taranga, use some at least about 10 compositions of Utkada Venkata Subbayar, Sadasiva Brahmendra, then the Hindi Bhajans, then we have the Nalayara Divya Prabandham, then we have the Tevaram, and all the compositions of, some of the compositions of Tyagaraja, Dikshitar, Shyama Sastri, everything. This Nama Siddhanta was the need of the hour at that time. I mean, you can imagine what was going on, I don't have to say it. So to bring in this congregational worship method, which itself was making everybody join. This Namavali is something, Swami Haridas Giri's this Nama Sankirtan was, the crowd was overwhelming. So this is where the audience also take part. It's missing now. I mean, a few people are doing it, but still, we thought to, do this and Corona by Nama Sankirtan. I don't know whether I'm talking sense or whether I'm talking something else.
Oh, quite interesting, madam. Very interesting. Very interesting.
If you ask a question, I'll go somewhere else. But
anyway, no, it's quite connected. They're all connected.
I only know that Alipai. That's why I asked Subhasri to sing. My teachers didn't even teach me this. I don't know why it's. Of course, Ravi Kiran, we must definitely give him the credit for taking this into. We even had some discussions in the university, whereas nobody was prepared to accuse anybody. But then, what is this problem about somebody else tuning a song? The same problem is coming with, same controversy is coming with Swati Tirunal also. So what is the problem? At least we are singing the compositions, no? We can't say, I know some songs which have been tuned by T.M. Tyagarajan for Muthuswami Dikshitar compositions. Some songs they say it is not his, but still it's going under Tyagaraja's name. And so if you look at Shyama Sastri, it's only 65 compositions. And he has composed about 3 or 4 Tamil songs. They say he couldn't have composed them. Why can't he compose Tamil song when Uthukadu himself has done equal number of Tamil songs and what is this, Sanskrit compositions? There's a lot of prejudice in people's minds. They don't, if they see Bhakti, and if I don't know, I don't understand this. I am moved as much as I am moved at Alaipaide, I am moved with Dikshitar song or something else. Of course, even Pundanam. Kandu, that MS Lakshmi, that's the first time I heard that song. It really moved me. Then only I learned that Lalita Dasar's composition from Chambai himself, and he was telling me how so many miracles happened to that composer himself in Guruvayur. So many times our Sadguru has said that Guruvayur is so old, I tell everybody that even Krishna and Balarama visited that temple. I mean, it's so old. And today somebody mentioned about that Nayars. That was very interesting. The Nayars being Yadavas and the cowherds.
Professor Kumar.
Yeah, that was very interesting. And I'm extremely angry with people who are having cows today, and in the morning they milk the cows, sell it and make the money, and allow them to roam around all over the place. And my grandmother used to give good punnaku thickly, not pouring water, give them all this vaikol and all that I have seen. And what is this culture of allowing them to go and find their own food in some kupatoti, and they come, I don't know how they find the address and come back to the houses. And this is the worst thing I've ever seen. This is a big curse. I think this is the reason for the corona to come. What?
Okay. Dr. Pramila Murthy, in the interest of time, I just want to thank you very much for sharing with us about Uttukadu's compositions, the different episodes in Krishna's life that he brought about, and the very vivid descriptions that are there. Thank you also for Dr. Srividya for helping us listen to some of those compositions. It's really very nice. Thank you very much, Dr. Pramila. For me, you are somebody whom I continue to look up to in your erudition and knowledge, really. Okay, and I've had the pleasure of interacting with you also, including at functions and other events. And we look forward to ongoing talks from you as well.
Our trust also will join with the Vaishnava Foundation and have this as early as possible. I'll come and talk to him in person once when everyone can come also, you know. Yeah.
Sure. We can take that up separately. Ravi, back to you now. You can take this forward. Thank you very much. Pranam Shri Sadguru.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Pramila Murthy, Professor and Dr. Srividya. Moving on to the next speaker, we now have Sri Madhusudan Kalachalvan. His talk today is around Aruna Girinadhar on Sri Krishna. So, quick brief on his background. Madhusudan Kalachalvan is an architecture graduate and the gold medalist in his post-graduation. Specializes in conservation and architectural research. He has been an academic for around a decade, mentoring students of popular schools of architecture. An active heritage enthusiast, his contributions have earned him the coveted Vedavalli Memorial Award for Outstanding Service by a young achiever in the field of South Indian heritage. He is well versed in the field of art, architecture, heritage, cultural studies, and vernacular studies. A popular speaker on a wide range of topics associated with heritage, religion, and literature. Recent recipient of the title Lakya Chemmal, if I've got that right, recognizing his mastery of Tamil literature. He curates and conducts tours to places of architectural and cultural interest. He is currently pursuing his doctoral research on temple town planning and also serves on Government Institute panel for conservation of temples in Tamil Nadu, India. Pleasure to have you present your talk, Madhusudan Kalachalvan. Thank you.
விண்ணாளும் தேவர்க்கும் மேலாய வேதியனை மண்ணாளும் மன்னவர்க்கும் மாண்பாகி நின்றானே தன்னார் தமிழளிக்கும் தன்பாண்டி நாட்டானே பெண்ணாளும் பாகனை பேணு பெருந்துறையில் கண்ணார் கடல் காட்டி நாயேனை ஆட்கொண்ட அண்ணாமலையானை பாடுதுங்கா நம்மானாய் சித்தம் தெளிவீர்கள் அத்தன் ஆரூரை பத்தி மலத்தூப முக்தியாகுமே. Very good evening to you all. Gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this ever encouraging Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and the blessings of Swamiji. Several seminars almost around the year at a very, very academic level, which takes months, if not weeks of planning, where you have very interesting topics and Swamiji ensures that a wide range of speakers who have different perspectives on the core idea of the seminar present their views. And a couple of months back, when Swamiji had informed me about this proposed seminar on Krishna, my immediate reaction was, in fact, he suggested that I do not talk on Alvar's take on Krishna, because I've already spoken about that a couple of times in the foundation. Swamiji very quickly he suggested that I don't want you to talk on Alvar's. Some other version, some other work of Krishna, and my next suggestion was Aruna Girinadhar. In fact, I also told him about Nayanmars, and he suggested, when I told Aruna Girinadhar, Swamiji was very happy and he immediately approved of the idea and suggested that I go ahead with it and to talk on Aruna Girinadhar's Tirupugal, where he had brought in Krishna in as many places as possible. Before getting into the actual works, I would like to present a brief life history of Aruna Girinadhar and the time period in he was, which kind of commanded the language that he used, the concept that he developed in expressing his bhakti for Muruga, the way he brought in the context of Mahavishnu, Shiva, Ganesha, and the avatars like Krishna and Rama, episodes from Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavata, Devi Bhagavatam, several Puranas, and how he brought them all together and stitched a beautiful song wherein the Parabrahman for him was Subramanya. So he had this wonderful poetic approach to his bhakti-soaked compositions, wherein he identified all the gods, almost all the popular gods, in some form related to Subramanya, and would go ahead describing the greatness of those individual deities and call them as the father of Subramanya, or identify Muruga as you are the son of this great Shiva who performed the Tripura Samharam, and he'll go on to describe the whole Tripura Samharam episode. That's the general structure that Arunagirinatha follows in his Tiruppugal. So once you master at least, say, 100 Tiruppugals, I'm sure you would have developed an in-depth knowledge on several Puranas, episodes from Puranas that which are very rare, that which are not even very common that we all know about. Some very rare events have also been documented by Arunagirinatha. We'll be seeing about a few of them in today's session. So that is why whichever deity at which the topic is about, you cannot cover the literature on those deities without mentioning Arunagirinatha. In fact, that has forced several people to argue over what is this branch of mainstream Hinduism that Arunagirinatha chose to practice his devotion, to express his devotion. Some people go ahead and even identify him as a Srividya Upasaka. An exponent in Shakta Tantra, there are several compositions where Devi's dominance or Devi's Mahatvam has been spoken about at length. He brings in several Bijaksharams, vividly describes the dance that Devi performs and more. There are several compositions where out of the 8-lined Tiruppugal, 2 or sometimes even 3 lines will just be filled with the various different names of Devi. So some people in fact identify him as a Tantric Subramanya Upasaka or a Srividya Upasaka who looked upon Devi as the Jnana Shakti, which is Subramanya. In some cases, he goes on to talk about at length on Valli, and in fact identify Subramanya as a great lover of Valli, the one who offers himself to Valli. So there is in fact this branch of Kaumaram where Valli Nayaki is given the central stage and she is worshipped as the Shakti of Subramanya. So some people in fact identify him, some very great Tiruppugal scholars identify him as the one who proposes this school where Valli is the central theme. In fact, there are comparisons, academic comparisons where from the Tiruppugal compositions, we identify whether it is Valli or Devasena on whom Arunagirinatha had sung most compositions. So Arunagirinatha's approach, very, very multidimensional approach in singing about Subramanya and using that as a chance to express his love and devotion for several other gods, makes him a poet whom you cannot forget whenever you want to talk about literary evidences on any god. So that's how in a seminar filled with Krishna devotees where we are talking about works on Krishna, Bhakti literature on Krishna, we have Arunagirinatha also included. Thanks to Swamiji once again for this brilliant thought process and his kind mercy to permit me to talk about Arunagirinatha's description of Krishna Leela. Arunagirinatha was born in Tiruvannamalai. In fact, Tamil scholars identify 2 important personalities without whom the course of history of Tamil language and Tamil literature cannot be identified. There you have Tirujnana Sambandar around the 6th, 7th century. So Tamil till the 10th century is split into the language as it was before Tirujnana Sambandar and what it was after him. That is how he has nourished and nurtured the beauty of the language, exploited the artistic tendency of this language in all possible ways, in fact. So Tamil before Jnana Sambandar and after Jnana Sambandar is how literature in the common era for the first 10 centuries should be in fact evaluated. He is a milestone when it comes to Tamil language and Tamil literature. The next in place is of course Arunagirinatha. The Tamil between Jnana Sambandar and Arunagirinatha and the language after Arunagirinatha is how it should be in fact evaluated. Because Arunagirinatha was at the confluence of that era where several socio-cultural changes happened, religious changes happened, and political changes happened. All of this had tremendous impact on the society, and the way the religion was practiced till then did undergo several changes. Rituals, practices, traditions, festivals, cultural components, music, dance, literature, drama, everything underwent a change in its own way. For good or bad, that's a different take altogether, but there were changes. And Arunagirinathar was a witness to it, a physical witness to it. That's exactly why you see so much of new air breathed into the language of Tamil during his times and post Arunagirinathar's time. The times when that was just immediately after the invasion. A classic example for it to see very casual usage of Persian words in Arunagirinathar's literature. Very casual usage, in fact. So that kind of brings in, very casually used Persian words from Urdu probably gets mixed into mainstream Tamil conversation, domestic conversation. And Arunagirinathar, to ensure that his meter, the sandam that he has chosen for the song, is maintained at its best, he just handpicks these words, whichever language that he wants, and uses them. There are, in fact, a few words, like, for example, just to make it in a very lighter vein, I'm sure people from Chennai should have been used to this curse word called kasmalam, right? It's a very casual word with which that's more like a slang, the Chennai Tamil as it is called. Arunagirinathar identifies uncouth, filthy people as kasumalar in his Tirupuzhai. So that's a very typical Persian usage which has been brought in. Similarly, Telugu words have been brought in. He calls Subramanya as a Marakkaya, as a Ravuttar. So the one who can control an elephant and ride on it with all his majesty. So he becomes a Mavuttar. And the one who sails, he becomes a Marakkaya. And the one who has tamed his horse and an ace when it comes to riding a horse. So Subramanya then becomes a Ravuttar to him. So very casual usage of words. That's a very significant cultural change that had happened, in fact. Maintaining purity in the language was something that was emphasized time and again till the 10th century. Very rarely you see words from other languages being used. But it was during Arunagirinathar's time that these socio-cultural changes had a direct and a strong impact on the society that made him use such words from other languages also. Similarly, a religious school of thought where Devi was put in the central theme, put as the central theme. The Sri Vidya Tattvam, the Sri Vidya tradition as it is called, Sri Vidya Upasana, who has been there always in Tamil Nadu, but it was more streamlined and brought into mainstream during the same time, almost the same time, around the 13th century. And Arunagirinathar's songs echoes with so much importance given to Bijaksharams, tantric names given to Devi, identifying Devi as one who performs a Jnana Tandavam very much like Parameshwara himself. And talking at length about Kali, worshipping her, enlisting her names, all of this is seen in so many places. So for 2 complete lines, he'll just call Devi in different names and finally say Pudalvone. So this is like addressing Subramanya, who is the son of Shyamali, Komali, Yamali, Neeli, Parashakti, and he'll give the list of Devi there. Similarly, he sees all the gods in Subramanya. Whichever temple he goes, whoever is the presiding deity, for him it is Muruga who's enshrined in that temple in that form. Classic example are the compositions on Chidambaram. We all know that it is like the most prominent Shaivite shrine where Jnana Tandavam is performed by Parameshwara. Shiva as Nataraja dances in the Chitsabai. Arunagirinathar had sung an individual Tirupuzhai to each of the Gopuram in that temple. There are stucco images of Subramanya or sculptural representation of Subramanya in all the 4 main Gopurams of Chidambaram. Arunagirinathar had dedicated one individual song for each of the Subramanya in each of the Gopuram. Finally, he goes to the Sanctum Sanctorum. For all of us, it would be Shiva Shiva Hara Hara Kosham. But for Arunagirinathar, there he sees the Jnana Tandavam performed by Subramanya and identifies the Chidambaram Dikshitars, the Muvayiram Dikshitars, the 3000 Dikshitars, praying to Subramanya there as Nataraja. That's how he generally attempts. In that way, Arunagirinathar looks upon Vishnu as the mama or uncle of Subramanya. The standard tradition that Mahavishnu is the elder brother of Devi becomes extremely popular by them. Several such changes. Now, before getting into that, let's very crisply understand how is Mahavishnu looked upon by the Shaivites. Shaiva Siddhanta tradition or Shaiva Agama tradition, where Shiva is the ultimate form, Parameshwara is the ultimate god. there is no restriction in worshipping to Mahavishnu or Mahalakshmi or any of them. In fact, for a true Shaivite who follows Shaiva Agama, Mahavishnu is one of the 7 gurus who have popularized Shiva worship. In the list of Sapta Gurus, we have Mahavishnu. So Mahavishnu is not to be criticized, or, I mean, you don't say that you will not visit a Vishnu temple because you are a Shaivite. We go there, worship him as a parivara for Shiva's shrine. So that's a true Shaivite's version of worshipping Mahavishnu. And in the Shaiva Agamas, Mahavishnu is looked upon as 2 different forms. One, he is looked as an Anurupa, or a living being like all other living creations in this universe. Just that he is a little better off than us. He can make his way, run to Kailasha and see Parameshwara there. Out of his mercy, he'll give a darshan. We cannot do it when we think. So that's the difference. So he is an Anurupa. Or there is a more deeper version in the Shaiva Agamas where Mahavishnu is looked upon as Sambhu Paksha Vishnu, which means that form of Mahavishnu where that is Shiva's energy, a Shakti form of Shiva that has manifested in a masculine figure. Very similar to Devi, who is none but Shiva's own Shakti that has manifested into the form of a feminine. Equally complementing it and balancing it, you have one other form of Shiva's Shakti that manifests into a male form, and that is Mahavishnu, a Sambhu Paksha Mahavishnu. That is none but Shiva's Shakti. That's exactly why, similar to the Ardhanarishwara form, where you have Devi occupying half the divine physique of Shiva, we also have a Ardhahari form, a form of Shiva as half will be Shiva's form and the other half would be Mahavishnu, holding the chakra with Pitambara, the golden crown and all the Abharanas. That will be on the left side. And we have this very popular verse from Appar, where he identifies Mahavishnu as a Devi herself. He says, Ariyalal Devi illai ayyan ayyaranarke. He says, if not for Hari, what would be a better form of Shiva's Shakti? He occupies the same position as that of Devi to Shaiva Siddhantas. That way, Mahavishnu is accepted in the worship as a form of Shiva's Shakti. That is exactly why, when there was a need for Dushta Nigraham or Sishta Paripalanam, Parameshwara, according to the Shaivites, command Mahavishnu to manifest into the various different forms that he took. The popular list of Dashavataras, or the other avatars that he took as Hamsa, Hayagriva, and all these avatars of Mahavishnu, to a Shaivite, the one that which he took, manifested into by the divine will of Parameshwara to come down and perform these miracles to ensure that the demons are slain and the devotees are protected. That's how it is looked upon by the Shaivite. So there is absolutely no need to feel surprised as to why Arunagirinadar had sung so much about Krishna or Rama. In fact, a few scholars have gone ahead and made a list of songs from Tiruppugal alone, singing which you would have gone through all the important episodes of Ramayana. It is as much as a simplified version of Ramayana using Tiruppugal. So all popular incidences in the Ramayana, starting from Rama's birth and Kausalya grooming him as a little kid, from there all the way up to the Pattabhishekam and all that, had been extensively sung in the Tiruppugal. So various verses have been handpicked to compile the whole of Ramayana from Tiruppugal as such. That is how special Arunagirinadar's Tiruppugal is. So it was not that he spoke about Shiva Vishnu's similarity or otherwise. It is very, very nominal for him to sing what he has sung. Not that he was not that he tried to bridge the gap or nothing like that. He was a true Shaiva Siddhantin in all the best way possible. And he approached Mahavishnu as he is envisioned in the Shaiva Agamas. That way, he sings about almost many of the popular avatars of Mahavishnu and the episodes that which involves the avatars. Today's session, we have just handpicked a few lines from Tiruppugal where he sings about Krishna in general. First, let's concentrate on the Balakrishna aspects of Krishna. Then probably we'll get into the versions where he has also sung about Mahabharata and the episodes that which is seen in the later years of Sri Krishna. So in fact, he gives a very extensive compilation of all the important episodes. In fact, the first one that I'm going to talk about is something that is not sung about in any other any other popular song, any other popular Purana. A very, very interesting new episode that, at least to the best of my knowledge, only Arunagirinadar had sung in Tamil. I'm not sure if anyone else had sung about this episode that we are going to be seeing. Why so much? I mean, the first song which Arunagirinadar had rendered, Muttaitarupatti Tirunagai, which he composed immediately after he was blessed by Subramanya. Muttaitarupatti Tirunagai song that has very vivid description of Mahavishnu, the first half of the song itself. So it goes like this. He was born in Tiruvannamalai. He belonged to the 14th, 15th centuries, and he was pretty active during his times. In his young age, he belongs to the celebrated community of Devadasis. His mother has been identified to have the name Muttammal, and it is said that was why he started the first song with her name. So his mother, his sisters, they were all Devadasis who were serving the Lord of Arunachala at Tiruvannamalai. No wonder he was an expert in language, music, Sandam, Jati, whatnot. All forms of performing arts, he was a master of it. So no wonder he could compose songs so well, and added to it was the blessings from Subramanya. After he lost his mother at a very young age. Much later, he was only groomed and he was taken care of by his elder sister. And it is believed through his own compositions that he went behind a lot of women and he was into the worldly pleasures in his young age. At a point, as it happened in the life history of several spiritual masters, he realized that he has wasted a major chunk of his life on things that which is extremely temporary, that which is not going to be there for you always. And the concepts of aging and what happens to you after your death and all this caused a shiver in him that bothered him so much that he thought he's not worth living anymore. Tried to jump off the Gopuram at Tiruvannamalai. He quickly climbs up this Gopuram. It is not this tall East Gopuram that you see there today. In fact, that was not built during Arunagirinadhar's time. The Gopuram should be the second which you would see when you walk from outside. That is where he tries to jump down. He climbs up the Gopuram and he tries to jump from there. That moment, it is believed that Subramanya appeared and held him in mid-air, ensured that he was protected, gave him a divine darshan, and blessed him with the Shadakshara Upadesha, and asked him to sing at that moment. Arunagirinadhar is believed to have started his outpourings with this very popular song, Muttaitarupatti Tirunagai, which is the first song of his. Even for people who are well versed in Tamil, understanding the meanings of several Tirupugals is a challenge. Muttaitarupatti Tirunagai as such is a challenge by itself, not getting into the deeper meaning of each of the song. But in that particular song itself, the third and the fourth line details out the various parakramam of Krishna and Rama, of Mahavishnu, in fact, as Krishna and Rama. He says, Pattuttalai tatta, Kanai todu, Vattrai kiri matta, Poruduru, Pattappagal vatta, Tigiriyil iravaga. He says, you are this, you are the Mahavishnu is your uncle, your mama. I'm sure his qualities should reflect in you so much. And I've heard so many Puranas and Itihasas where Mahavishnu came down running to protect his devotees. And in so many places, he sings about Gajendra Moksham and Mahavishnu coming down as Narasimha to ensure that the word of the little kid is protected. So to bless Prahalada, he comes out as Narasimha. That is being sung about him. Vamanavatar, where he comes as a dwarf-like Brahmana and goes on to rise tall and measure the world. So that is also sung about in several occasions. So Arunagirinadhar sings about the episodes where Mahavishnu comes down rushing there immediately to protect his devotees when he is called. So in the very first song, he says, I'm sure you are also aware of your uncle, your mama, who is popular to have taken the forms of Rama and Krishna. Pattuttalai tatta kanai. He was the one who mastered the bow and arrow so well that with one bow and one shot, all the 10 heads of Ravana were chopped off. He was such a well-trained archer that one arrow was enough to behead all the 10 heads of Ravana. And then he says, Vatraikiri matta porutoru. He was also mighty enough to hold one mountain, the Mantaragiri, as the churning ladle for the Amrita Manthan. And above all, he was the one who performed two major miracles. Oru pattapagal vattattigiriyil iravaga. During the Mahabharata war, when Arjuna was supposed to enter the pyre, after having lost to slain, he was going to enter the funeral a pyre that which he has lit, and Krishna had to hide the sun, and that is when he lifts his Sudarshana chakra, and the noon there is made into a night. Pattapagal vattattigiriyil iravaga. Suddenly the complete world falls into darkness. That's the greatness of Sudarshana chakra. So he didn't think twice to in fact change the time. That's something that even Paramatma wouldn't do, because that's under his command that the planets move, and he cannot use them for his beat and call. But Krishna, as he is known to do anything, just anything for his devotees, if you believe in him, he goes on to do anything that you want. So that's how he even changed the days and time. And he is the one who was capable of in fact changing the day into the night, shed all his magnificence, shed all his, the tattvam that he was, and became the epitome of simplicity, and didn't think twice when he was appointed as the charioteer to Arjuna. Pattarku radattai kadaviya pachai puyal. What can be a symbol for Saulabhyam? Who can be a better example for simplicity but Krishna, your own uncle, who came down as a charioteer to drive the chariot of Arjuna, who drove Arjuna to the Yuddha, Kurukshetra Yuddha. So right in the first song, Arunagirinatha, very similar to the Alvars, bring in two impossible natures being together of Krishna. One, his superpower to do anything that he wants. Second, he being the ultimate example for being simple. A personification of simplicity is Krishna. He is extremely simple to all his devotees. He is much beyond our capacity to imagine for people who are against him or his devotees. So these two qualities of being the greatest of all greats and the simplest of anybody who is simple, both of these to be within the same person is something that leaves his devotees awestruck. Starting from Ilangovadigal, Alvars, everybody falls for Krishna when they think, how is it possible for you to be the most powerful of all powerful people and the most simple of all simple people? So both of these being together cannot happen in any other case. That's a tradition with which ancient literature, Silappatikaram, sings about Krishna. So does the Alvars. Time and again, the Vaishnavite commentators on Alvar's works identify how is it possible for you to, in fact, Nammalvar faints every time he thinks about Krishna being the ultimate power and he being extremely simple. He, for having been obeyed the words of a lady from the Iyer community. So you cried in front of her. How could you reduce yourself to be so simple? That's what the Alvar sings, and he immediately faints. Arunagirinatha also in this Tirupugal follows the footstep of the Alvars and brings in the magnificence of Krishna, the power that he had and his simplicity, both in the same line. Oru pattapagal vattattigiriyil iravaga. You are potential enough to change a bright lit day into the night. That you will do for your devotee. And for the same Arjuna, who was in fact arrogant in so many cases, you simplified yourself to be accepted the chance of being his charioteer. So Arunagirinatha starts from there. That's the first Tirupugal where he sings about Krishna. So that's a very beautiful approach of identifying how Krishna is the only one who can be both simple and the most powerful. Yeah, so that's something I would like to point out and begin. So I just handpicked a few examples where various Krishna Leelas have been sung about by Arunagirinatha. Of all of it, the first one I would like to point out here is the very unpopular episode of Devaki praying to Ganesha to protect Krishna. Not sure if this is seen in any other Tamil literature. If correct me if I'm wrong. If there are any, I would like the scholars to please point it out. I would like to learn there. But Arunagirinatha sings about the episode where Devaki, when she was in the prison, she was unaware that the little kid is none but Mahavishnu. It's Vishnu's avatar. Krishna is going to be the avatar of Mahavishnu. She was not sure about it. She didn't know about it, right? She was not even aware of it. So as any other love-driven mother would do, she prayed to Ganesha to protect her kid. This is pointed out in I think the fifth of the 5 Tirupugals on Ganesha. Arunagirinatha, I think of all the thousands of songs that he had sung, roughly close to 1,300 odd songs have been discovered so far, have been documented and have been made available so far. And there, the general tradition of the first being Kaitala Nirekani, and starting from there, we have 5 songs authored on Ganesha, of which the 5th song on Ganesha starts as Vidamadayisu Velai. That's how the song starts. So Vidamadasu Velai, Amarar Padai Sulai. That's the opening verses of the song. Where in the second half, he details out this episode. He says, Iraivan Magal Vaimai Ariyade, Idaya Megavadi, Udaya Pillai Nada Yenum Namam Murai Kura. Says, we know that Devaki was the daughter of Ugrasena, the king of Mathura then. And she was not aware that, so she's lost all her kids so far. Kamsa had killed all the just born then, till then. And it was Krishna's chance. Not knowing that it was Krishna who was there in her garbham every day, Arunagirinatha says, the Devaki used to pray to Ganesha, chant his names. Iraivan Magal Vaimai Ariyade. Vaimai is the truth. Devaki did not know that it was Mahavishnu who was going to be born to her as Krishna. Idayam Migavadi. She was terribly disturbed. She was worried, seeing all her kids being killed by Kamsa, the just born being killed by Kamsa. She was depressed totally. And all that she could do sitting there in the prison was to pray. And whom did she choose to pray? It was none but Vigna Nivarana, who is Ganesha. Arunagirinatha says, Udaya Pillai Nada Yenu Namam Murai Kura. She says, Ganesha, everybody calls you as the leader, Nada, Pillai Nada. You are the Ganapati. You are the leader of Shiva's Ganas. And you clear obstructions in any form in one's journey. Please ensure, I pray to thee, please protect my child. So Devaki praying to Ganesha is something that Arunagirinatha points out. Iraivan Magal Vaimai Ariyade, Idaya Migavadi, Udaya Pillai Nada Yenum Namam Murai Kura. This was Devaki's prayer. Much after which, Krishna grows up in the Gokula. Idayar Sirupalai Tiridi Kondupoha, Adayalavar Avi Veruva, Adikura Asalum Ariyamal Avar Oda. So this child, for whose birth Devaki prayed to Ganesha, grooms as a very naughty child in the Gokula. And he was good enough to mesmerize the Gopikas there. They would all be annoyed with him by he being very naughty with them, but all that will disappear the moment they see Krishna. The moment they see Krishna, they would fall for him and start cuddling him. That's the Gopikas' way of dealing with Krishna, right? So that is also documented here by Arunagirinatha. He says, Idayar Siru Palai Tiridi Kondu Poha. Krishna used to steal butter and milk from the Gopikas' houses and he would run away. The Gopikas would make that as a chance, use that as a chance to run away from their houses, from the clutches of their family, which is the samsara, and run behind Krishna, catch hold of him and spend time with him. That's typically what a Jivatma has to be doing, to run behind Paraswarupam and fall for him. So that was what you were to the Gopikas. The Gopikas were chasing you always and trying to get hold of you and stay in your comfort. The other hand, there were also other people whom you chased. Adayalavar aavi veruva adikura asalum ariyamal avaroda. People who bothered you and your devotees. The endless list of asuras who were commanded by Kamsa and sent to Gokula to kill Krishna, they were chased by you. You are this ultimate form. Devotees will run behind you for you, and people who exhibited enmity or caused fear amongst your devotees, you would run chasing them. What is it that they are losing? They are losing running behind Paramatma. So that's how he groomed. Agalvadenada sol yenavu mudisada. You used to chase them. You will yell at them, you will chase them, and you will slain them. So here he sings about Krishna being born by the prayers of Ganesha, and then he grows at Ayar Padi, or which is Gokulam, as this one person who was chased by his devotees, and the one who also chases the enemies of his devotees. So that's another very typical approach of Arunagirinatha, where in just 1.5 lines, in less than say 10 or 12 words, he brings in the quintessence of Krishna Bhakti, of always being behind Paramatma, to go to him and ensure that you always hold on to him. Give up on your samsara and hold on to him. The quintessence of Bhagavatam that way, the way the devotees should behave, always trying to be in the company of Mahavishnu, is what Arunagirinatha sings here in this first songs. Talking about Krishna Leela, the most important of all of it is, of course, Navanita Chauryam, which is stealing of butter. The Makanchor that he used to steal butter and get caught. And the most important episode there is, of course, Yashoda tying him up to the ural, the mortar that was. So she ties him to the mortar. Parivodu Mahindu, and that was when Krishna manages to crawl between the trees. So you have the Arjuna Vrikshams. There were 2 Arjuna trees between which Krishna crawls, uses that ural, the pestle there, to chop the trees off, to break them off, to make them fall, and he crawls between them. Maruda Maram, as it is called in Tamil. So Arunagirinatha, in several occasions, sings about how Krishna granted moksha to those devas who were there waiting for him as the form of an Arjuna Vriksham. Parivodu Mahindu, Irainju Marudidai, Tavalndu Nindra, Paramapada Nanbar, Anbin Maruhone. You are this Marugan of Krishna, who, out of his love for his devotees, in order to release them from samsara, to release them from the clutches of the physical world, the love that he had for his devotees, he crawled. He bothered his divine physique to crawl in that wild backyard of Nandagopa's house, between those 2 Maruda trees. Marudidai Tavalndu, he says. The Arjuna Vrikshams there. He crawled in between those 2 trees. Nindra Paramapada Nanbar Anbin Marugone. There he ensured that the 2 celestials who were waiting for him, who were performing a tapas in the form of the Maruda Vriksham, the Arjuna tree, he got them released from the clutches of this physical world. Magilndu Irainju Marudidai Tavalndu Nindra. They were praying to him for all those years, waiting for Krishna Avatara to happen and for Krishna to come to Gokulam and grow up there. And on that one day, which was destined for them to be freed from the tree, for their prayers and their penance to be answered, he crawled in between and helped them come over there, the form of a tree. So that's time and again sung about by Arunagirinatha in several songs, in fact. And then Arunagirinatha's so the martyr episode is popular in several songs. In Shivanar Manam Kulira, a very popular song which is set to beautiful Sandam, he says, Navanidamum Tirudi Uralodu Ondri Mari Raghuramar Sindai Mahil Marugone. This is another very brilliant wordplay where he says, Navanidamum Tirudi Uralode Ondru Mari Raghuramar Sindai Mahil Marugone. of course, we all know Navanitamum Tiridi, the one who stole butter. Navanitam was, of course, Krishna. And when he was caught, he was tied to the martyr. Uralode Ondru. He was tied by Yashoda to the martyr. But it was Krishna who did all this. But I don't know why. Arunagirinathar brings in Rama here and says, Raghuramar Sinte Mahil Marugone. Probably Rama is well known to be a very well behaved and the one who listens to the elders' words, and he'll never cross the line. He was very, very humble and he was well disciplined, and that's how he was. Krishna was everything opposite to it. He was extremely naughty, never used to take advice from anybody. He wanted everybody to do what he commands. That was what Krishna was. Probably because there are so many complaints on Krishna, Arunagirinathar felt bad for him. And in this one chance, he just brought in Rama and says, it was Rama who stole Navanitam and was caught by his mother Yashoda and was tied to the martyr and punished there. Navanitamum Tiridi, Uralode Undru Mari, Raghuramar Sinte Mahil Marugone. I don't know why he brings in Raghurama. Probably Rama and Krishna are both the same, so probably that's the reason why he brings them both together. In another Tirupugal, he says, Marudu Neru Neru Neruvena Muripada Uralodu Tavalari Marugone. This is how his chandam is, the meter. Yeah, it is so crisp and so well maintained. In fact, in several occasions, Arunagirinathar compromises on standard grammar theories, changes words, kicks off a few words, vowels if he wants from the Tamil words, and he just coins new words wherever he wants, just to ensure that the sandam is well maintained. So here he says, Marudu Neru Neru Neruvena Muripada Urulum Uralodu Tavalari Marugone. Marudam, the Arjuna Vriksham there, Neru Neru Neruvena Muripada. It fell down, it broke and it fell down in this sound, Neru Neru Neruvena. That's the word that the word that the sound with which the tree fell down. Neru Neru Neruvena Muripada. It broke and it fell down. And this was caused by Krishna, who was crawling there with the martyr tied to him. Uralodu Taval Ari Marugone. Krishna is the one who can crawl when he's, even as a kid, when he's tied to the martyr, he could crawl and ensure that the Maruda trees were broken. Nanda Gopala Magiban, Devi Mahilundu, Vaja, Kairodu Ulagala, Murula, Ulaviya, Kalvan. He identifies Krishna as a Kalvan, a chore, a thief, who is Nanda Gopalan Mahiban, the celebrated son of Nanda Gopala. Devi Mahilundu Vaja. His Devi is, of course, Mahiban is the king, Nanda Gopalan Mahiban, the great Yadava king, Nanda Gopala. His Devi, who is Yashoda, for her to live her life peacefully, she tied Krishna to the martyr. Because every day, Krishna used to go out, play, bring some issue, will annoy some Gopastri, and they'll all gather, come to Yashoda with complaints. There'll be an argument. And this was, putting Yashoda into a lot of trouble. So she thought, if I need to be peaceful, I should ensure that this little kid does not go out anywhere. He should not leave the house. But he is extremely naughty and he can do anything that he wants. So let me tie him to the martyr. So well and so tight, she tied him to the martyr and ensure that he was quite there. But when tied to the martyr, she did not realize that the kid was capable to crawl, pulling the martyr with him. Nanda Gopala Mahiban Devi, Mahilundu Vaja, Kairodu Ulukala Murula. Ulukalam is the Ural or the martyr. He, when he was tied to the martyr, he ensured that along with the rope with which he was tied to the martyr, he started crawling. And even on the other days when he was let loose, when he was let free, he used to only break parts of butter. But today he managed to, crawl between those two trees and chop those two trees, fell those two trees down. That's what he can do when you tie him tight also. But she thought she can be at peace when Krishna is tied to the martyr, but he's not going to leave her that way. That's a very beautiful way of approaching Navanita Chauryam. So he crawled between the two Arjuna trees with a grinding stone tied to his waist. And there you have the two Gandharvas who were trapped in the tree, who were released. That way, Yashoda thought that she can be at peace, but Krishna didn't allow her. And Chakatasura Samhara, that is also sung about in many times. Of the several asuras who were commanded by Kamsa, one Asura came in the form of the wheel of a cart. So Krishna was tied in a small unjal there when the Gopikas were at some work. At that time, an Asura get possessed to the wheel of the cart and he tries to run over and kill Krishna. And the little kid very casually with his legs, with his playful legs, kicked the wheel and the Asura was killed. Chakatasura Samharam is what it is called as. Varu Chagadam Ara Modi, Marudu Kulungi Nalanga, Munindidu Varadan. In this one line, he combines both Chakatasura Samharam and the Arjuna Vriksha Saba Vimochanam. Both are combined together. Varu Chagadam Ara Modi. He just kicked. He knocked off the wheel that was coming fast to run on him. But Krishna very playfully kicked the wheel and the Asura was slain. This is how he treats the demons. The other hand, when his devotees are to be released from the curse, the Gandharvas there, he ensures that they are also released in the best way possible. Marudu Kulungi Nalanga Munindidu Varadan. Very calmly, casually, he chopped off the two trees. He ensured that the trees fell down and the Gandharvas were released from it. Irudiral Marudodu Porudavan Yeriyumil Uraga Chudigayil Nadanavil. Here, Kalinga Nardanam and the Maruda Vriksham is sung about. Irudiral Marudodu Porudavan. He was capable enough to ensure that the trees fell down, to fell the trees down. Also, Yeriyumal Uraga Chudikayil Nadanavil. Uragam is the snake, the serpent, who is none but Kalinga. And he was breathing out poison and polluting the Yamuna river. That is the only perennial source of water for the otherwise arid region of Gokula. And when that was polluted, the Gokula Vasis, they didn't know what to do. They were all afraid of this venomous snake, the serpent there. Krishna had to come to their rescue as always. And he jumped into the Yamuna river and landed on the hoods of Adisesha, started dancing on him. Yeriyumil Uraga Chudigayil Nadanavil. Yeri here is the poison, the venom that Kalinga was polluting, breathing into the Yamuna. Yeriyumil Uraga Chudigayil Nadanavil. While all the other warriors of the Yadava clan were worried, not knowing how to deal with Kalinga, what to do with him, Krishna, the little kid, managed to jump on the hoods of Kalinga and started performing a dance. And one more song which speaks about Kalinga Nardanam is Malnagam Tutti Mudimide Niruttam Idumayon. He practiced dance not on some stage. In fact, he was fascinated in practicing his dance on the Adisesha's hood. In fact, Andal in her Nachiyar Tirumulis says that it was Kalinga Nardanam of Krishna which was used as a guidelines by Bharata Muni to write his Bharata Shastra. That's how the commentators identify it. So he says, Kaliyan Uchimel Nadamadiya. So he says he was the one, Vaita Kaliyan Uchimel Nadamadiya Kuttan. She identifies Krishna as a dancer, a Kuttan, who practiced dance on the hoods of on Kalinga. And the commentators go on to say that it was the elaborate dance, the Kalinga Nardanam that he performed, which caused Bharata Muni to in fact write the Bharata Shastra. The Bharata Shastra were taught to Bharata Muni from Kalinga Nardanam. That's how the commentators look at it. So Krishna's dance, the Kuravai Kutu that he performs, where he balances himself on a pot and dances, the traditional dance of the Yadava community. Better than that, it is the Kalinga Nardanam that is sung about in many places. So he says, Malnagam Tutti Mudimide Niruttam Idumayon. He practices Niritta, dance. And this is not some casual dance that he performed. This is Nirittam, which means he follows the grammar for a classical dance. And he performed it not on some stage, but on the hoods of Adisesha. And another song where Muruga Mayuram, that's how the opening verse of the song, he details out Putana Samhara. Putana is this demoness, an old wicked demoness, again commanded by Kamsa and sent to Gokula with her bosoms poisoned, and she thought she could breastfeed Krishna and kill him with a poison. And that along with Kuvalaya Pita Samhara, where the wild elephant Kuvalaya Pitam was slain. And Dhenukasura, who came in the form of a wild ass, he was also killed. And Kesi was also slain by Krishna. And Kesi in the form of a giant crane, he was also killed. And last but not the least, Muftika Chanura Mallas, the wrestlers of Kamsa's court. So in this song, which starts as Muruga Mayura, Arunagirinathar makes a list of all the different samharas that he performed, but that Krishna performed. Marugan Emana, Mal Sul Kolai Karudiya, Mama Padagan. Mama Padagan. Kamsa was, of course, the mama for Krishna, uncle of Krishna, but he was also a great Mahapadagan, a wicked person who tried several attempts to kill Krishna. And Arunagirinathar goes on to list out all the samharas. Varavidu Maya Peimulai Paruga. So he commanded this old wicked demoness to breastfeed Krishna with her poisoned bosoms. And Krishna sucked her life also out of it. We all know what happened to Putana. But this wicked woman, old woman, came down, the demoness. Maya Peimulai Paruga male. She was a demon, a pei, and she had poisoned bosoms, which Krishna didn't drink just the milk. He in fact suckled on the bosoms to drink her life out. Then Varu Madayane Podavai Tirigi. So he says, you also managed to twist the ears of a wild elephant, which is Kuvalayapita Samhara. Varu Madayane Podavai Tirigi. He just twisted the ears. Vilavil Kai Kani Madugayil Vida Chadi. Vilam Padam. One of the asuras, Dhenukasura, came down in the form of a fruit, and that was also killed by Krishna. And then comes Vila Kaikani, Madugayil Vida Chadiya, Sadama, Put Porudiru, Kora, Pariya, Marudidai Poi. A bird, a wild bird, a crane, a giant crane, in fact, and Krishna managed to break the beak of the bird off. So that is Bakasura Samharam, which also was performed by Krishna. Bakasura came in the form of a crane, which was killed by Krishna. Maya pull, or the bird that came in. Madugayil Vida Chadiya, Sadama, Pull, Porudiru Kora Pariya. So it was a giant, awful looking crane, which was killed by Krishna. Marudidai Poi, Podoru, Shagad Udayamal, Por Seidu. Marudidai Poi. Again, the Arjuna Vriksha's moksham is sung about. You manage to crawl between the two Arjuna Vrikshas and you release the Gandharvas of their curse. Shagad Udayamal Por Seidu. You just casually kick the wheel and you ensure that the Chakatasura was also killed. And then Vilayadi, Poduvir, Sheri, Kevalar, Puyal Maruga. So the endless list of asuras who Krishna was killed. And finally he says, you are the son-in-law of Mahavishnu, who in the form of Krishna did all of this. Similarly, one more song where he lists out all the samharams. Maya Valai Kanjanal Vida Vegundu, Parmuludum Anda, Kolamum Nadunga, Vaipilari Nindri, Mega Niga Tankai Adanale, Variyura Anti, Virodu Mudangu, Nire Nugargindra, Kopamode Edindu, Varana Irandu, Kodudia Vendri, Nediona, Veginisai Kundu, Ko Nirai Purandu, Megal Puri Shangan Mal Maruga. You are the son, you are the Marugan of the lotus-eyed Mahavishnu, who when he came down as Krishna, managed to kill Putana. Maya Alai, Mayaval, Kanjanal, Vida Vegunda, Parmuludum, Andakolamum Nadunga, Vai Piliri Nindra, Meganiga Tankai Adanale, Variyura Anti Viramodu Muranga, Nire Nugargindra, Kopamod Edirinde, Varana Irandu Kododia Vendra Nediona. The whole world was witnessing the Kuvalayapita Samhara. The elephant, the wild elephant, was forced on Krishna. It was the Dhanuryagam of Kamsa, which Krishna and Balarama were attending, and that was when Kuvalayapitam came in the way. So it was aimed at Krishna. The whole world was seeing it, looking at it. It was witness to the Kuvalayapitam running towards Krishna, and the elephant lost its life after raising several cries to be protected. But you, out of your might, though you were a little kid, managed to kill it, slain it, and bring it under your control. And that's the Kuvalayapita Samharam. You were the one who could do that. The same extreme, and the other extreme, you have mastered controlling the senses of all the cows and birds and other animals by your mastery over flute, playing your flute. Veyin isai kondu konirai purandu meyal puri shengan. Krishna could feed he would actually take all the cows of Gokula to graze. But the cows there, the blessed cows there, did not eat the grass or chew the grass there. They were fed by Krishna's beautiful music. It was the music from Krishna's magical flute that fed the cows and calves there. In fact, that's a very dry and arid zone, so hardly there were enough food, fodder for the cattle. But what kept them rich and filled was Krishna's flute. So, Veginisai kondu konirai puranda meyal puri shengan mal maruga. That's again from Krishna. And Kodunkanile Madar Sedun Chelaye Kodu Kurunderu Malmayan. One more of the Krishna Leela. The grossly misinterpreted Krishna Leela is about the Gopastri's Vastrapaharana. When they go to the Yamuna banks, remove all their dress and jewels and keep it in the banks. And when the Gopastris enter the water, the playful kid that Krishna was would come there and steal all the sari and jewels and would climb up a Kurunta Vriksham and sit there. And he would emphasize on the concept of Sharanagati, and when that was performed, he would answer them. So here, Kodunkanile Madar Sedun Chelaye Kodu. In the deep forests, Kodunkan Kanile, Madar Sedun Chelaye Kodu. He used to lift the saris and jewels of the Gopikas who've left them at the banks of Yamuna, Kurunderu Mal Mayan. As the Mayan that he was, used to quickly climb the Kurunda Vriksham and stand there for them to come, beg to him and perform Sharanagati before they are given back their sari and jewelry. So all of this, in fact, Arunagirinadar goes on to enlist all that Krishna did in Mahabharata Yuddham also, how he had befriended the Pancha Pandavas, how he always stood by them and blessed them, how the 18-day war, when the war ensured and when there were so many occasions when it was for the Duryodhanas to win, how he managed to change the course of the war and ensured that Dharma won. How the Dharmic Pandavas were the ones who won the battle. So that's another separate chapter where Arunagirinadar's documentation of episodes from Mahabharata can also be enjoyed. I've only gathered very few examples to show you how different episodes from the Bhagavatam has been expanded in the verses of Arunagirinadar. In fact, that deserves more detailing, and there is no end to the storytelling way of Arunagirinadar. The crisp 1.5 line of storytelling, a Puranam which runs to several pages otherwise, would just be reduced to 1.5 line and made a part of an 8-lined Tirupugal. So that's a very humble attempt in identifying a few verses and talking about it. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation for this seminar. Murthy Ellam Vali, Yengal Mona Guru Vali, Arul Varthagendrum Vali, Barvali Barabarame, Ellam Sri Tyagaraja Kripai, Sri Tyagaraja Maharaja Jayate, Arura Tyagesha. Thank you.
Shri Sadguru, thank you very much, Professor. Another wonderful information-packed, talk from you. Really appreciate it. You spoke so nicely about Arunagirinadar's early life, some of the challenges. In fact, all of us face so many challenges. How each of us react is so different, and depending on divine grace on all of us through Arunagirinadar, so much of divine grace has been showered on all of us. To learn so many things in so many perspectives of things. So thank you for that. I quite liked, I've enjoyed all your talks, okay, and with God's grace, will continue to attend them. But today, for example, you mentioned about how Sri Krishna, in that one line, was depicted as being the most powerful among the powerful and most simple among all the simple. How wonderful that was. He's a charioteer on one side and so on. Reminds me of what Sri Sadguru says about Krishna, having two qualities of Krishna that she often spoke about, his invincibility and his humility. It comes across very, very nicely in this one portion of Arunagiridhanath's compositions that you mentioned. Really, I was just thinking about that. It's wonderful. Thank you very much. Pranam Sri Sadguru. I'll now give it back to Ravi. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madhusudan Kalaichalan, for your wonderful talk. I would like to introduce the next speaker, the last speaker for the day, Dr. Jeffrey Long. His topic for today's talk is Krishna Bhakti in the teachings of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda. Brief introduction on Dr. Long. Dr. Jeffrey Long, D. Long is the Carl V. Ziegler Professor of Religion, Philosophy and Asian Studies at the Elizabethtown College in Pennsylvania. He has taught since receiving his doctoral degree from the University of Chicago Divinity School in the year 2000. In 2021, Elizabethtown College gave Dr. Long its rank award for research excellence. In 2018, he received Hindu American Foundation Dharma Seva Awards for his ongoing work to promote accurate, culturally sensitive portrayals of Indic traditions in American education system and popular media. And in 2013, he gave the inaugural Veer Chand Gandhi Lecture in Jain Studies at Claremont University. He has also spoken on Ahimsa at the United Nations. Dr. Long is the author of several books, including Hinduism in America and Jainism, in an introduction, and co-editor with Christopher Miller and Michael Reading of Beacons of Dharma, and with Michael Long of Nonviolence in the World's Religions. It's a privilege to have you here, Dr. Long.
Namaste, namaskar, vanakkam. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, Dr. Long.
Yes, very good. And I'm very grateful to be invited. I also like to give my pranam to the revered Sri Hari Swami. And thank you all for inviting me to be part of this this conference, which from what I have been hearing is, I think, as much of a satsang as a conference. And I'm very grateful to be part of this. I'd like to start with a brief shloka from the Mahabharata, which I think captures the essence of some of the teaching of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda. Om akashat patitam toyam yatha gachati sagaram sarvadeva namaskaraha keshavam pratigachati. Just as the rain falls from the sky and makes its way to the ocean, in the same way do prayers to all the forms of divinity reach the Supreme Lord. So I'm grateful today to be able to speak on the theme of Bhakti, Krishna Bhakti, in the teaching of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda. So I would like to start sharing my screen. So hopefully you can all see my slides. I'm going to use a slideshow today. So is that, hopefully that is visible to everyone. And yes, the theme of Krishna Bhakti in the teachings of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda. I assume most people are familiar with these two teachers, but I don't want to assume too much. So I am going to give a brief biographical overview of both of them, and then talk about the things they had to say about Bhakti. And so we begin with the Guru, with Sri Ramakrishna, born on 18th February 1836 and left his body on 16 August 1886. Born in a village in Bengal, Kamarpukur, and he was son of a poor Brahmin family. From childhood, he displayed a tendency toward intense trance states. He would spontaneously enter into samadhi, often prompted by religious activities. The first event of this kind was, in fact, a very spontaneous experience. He was a small child of about 6 or 7 years old. He was walking across the rice field, and there were some gathering storm clouds, and he saw some geese flying in the sky, some white geese, and just the beauty of the contrast of the white geese against the dark clouds just made a very powerful impression on him, and he went into samadhi, and he was found later, and his family was very concerned about him. And it happened again a few years later during a play for the village, and it was a religious play going on, and he was playing the role of Lord Shiva. And when he took to the stage and he was dressed like Lord Shiva, he stood and he became absorbed in that consciousness and entered into samadhi. And this ability characterized him throughout his life. And often people were concerned about him. Some people thought he had some kind of disorder, but he always came out of these experiences very blissfully and with insight. It was not sort of an ordinary losing of consciousness. It was going into a transcendental state of consciousness. At the age of 19, he received an appointment to become a priest of the goddess Kali at a temple in Dakshineshwar. This is just north of Kolkata. And initially his brother was hired there. His brother was a Sanskrit teacher, and his brother suddenly died. And Ramakrishna was left with this responsibility of taking over priesthood. And he was quite overwhelmed by this. And he believed that it would not be correct to serve as the priest of this goddess if he did not himself have a vision of this goddess, if he did not see and know that she was real. And so he began to pray with great longing for a vision of the goddess. And he was filled with yearning, filled with bhakti, right? Filled with longing. And eventually, through this practice of intense longing, he had a very powerful vision of the goddess in the form, not in her conventional iconographic form, but as waves and waves of light and love, which overwhelmed him. After this experience, he pursued a variety of sadhanas, perspectives, practices, and his aim in each was to realize God in the form of that particular sadhana. So he practiced sadhanas from several different traditions, many different sampradayas. So for the next few years, he attained samadhi again numerous times through these varied practices. And on this basis, he began to argue that all of these many paths are paths to God, paths to the same ultimate goal. So, of course, very famously, there is his vision of Ma Kali. That's really what started everything. A short time after that, a sadhu came to Dakshineshwar, and he had a little silver murti image of the baby Ram. And this was called Ramlal. And Sri Ramakrishna, with his bhakti, essentially brought Ramlal to life. He had visions of Ramlal. He was a playful boy, and they would play hide and seek and so on. And he would actually see this little boy. And the sadhu, in fact, was so impressed with Ramakrishna's experience with this murti that he said, okay, I'm leaving Ramlal with you. He left Ramlal there with Ramakrishna and went on. Our main topic today, of course, is devotion to Lord Krishna. This is a photograph of a murti of Lord Krishna at Dakshineshwar. In addition to the main Kali temple, there's also a Radha Krishna temple adjacent to it. And I've had the good fortune of seeing this murti, and there's a beautiful story behind it. Of course, the conventional teaching in Hindu practice is that if a murti is damaged, it's no longer fit for use in worship. But this particular murti, it was damaged at a certain point. The leg was damaged. And so as the priest, people came to Ramakrishna and said, what should we do? Because we have this beautiful murti, but it's damaged now. And the tradition says we should dispose of it. But what do you think? And he said something very beautiful. When Ramakrishna would practice bhakti, these murtis and images, for him, they would come to life. They weren't simply objects of stone. They were the means through which the divine reality appeared to him. And he said, if your brother broke his leg, would you throw him away? And he said, bring me the murti. And many people don't know this, but Ramakrishna was an artist. He was, as a child, he was very drawn to art. He really was not very fond of school, but art he enjoyed. And he very carefully and lovingly sculpted the leg where it had been damaged so that it was impossible to tell that any damage had occurred. And the murti was reconsecrated, reinstalled in the temple, and it's there to this day. He also practiced tantric sadhanas under a female guru called the Bhairavi Brahmani. He followed the path of Advaita Vedanta under a wandering sadhu named Totapuri. We have a photograph here of Totapuri. He also practiced in Islamic sadhana, interestingly, until he had a vision of the Prophet Muhammad, and similarly a Christian sadhana, and he had a vision, a samadhi, where he experienced Jesus. And so he saw all of these paths as ways to reach the divine reality. So this pluralism, this idea of many paths, is foundational to his teaching. Very famous quote from Sri Ramakrishna. He said, "I've practiced all the religions, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity. I followed the paths of the different Hindu sects and have found that it is the same God toward whom all are directing their steps, though along different paths. The substance is one under different names, and everyone is seeking the same substance. Only climate, temperament, and name create differences. Let each man follow his own path. If he sincerely and ardently wishes to know God, peace be unto him, he will surely realize him." And in fact, I want to underscore these last three sentences. Let each man follow his own path. If he sincerely and ardently wishes to know God, peace be unto him, he will surely realize him. For Sri Ramakrishna, the key thing is the desire to know God. In order to have God realization, one must want God more than anything else. One must want only God and want God with one's whole being. This is the essence of bhakti. So for Ramakrishna, though he talks of many paths, we'll see that in his teaching, what you can see is there's this deeper thread of bhakti, that whatever form one's bhakti takes, bhakti is the essential thing, that this longing for God is what has to be present in order for any practice to be effective. See, he said in another passage from his teachings, he says, "Once some blind men chanced to come near an animal that someone told them was an elephant. They were asked what the elephant was like. The blind men began to feel its body. One of them said the elephant was like a pillar. He had touched only its leg. Another said it was like a winnowing fan. He had touched only its ear. In this way, the others, having touched its tail or belly, gave their different versions of the elephant. Just so a man who has seen only one aspect of God limits God to that alone. It is his conviction that God cannot be anything else." So this is another very important part of Ramakrishna's teaching. Bhakti is the important thing, not how we necessarily conceptualize of that experience. We think about it in many ways. Our understandings are varied, and that is all fine, right? These are all the vehicles through which we attain God, but the fuel of that vehicle, what makes it reach its goal, is bhakti. Sri Ramakrishna taught a distinctive form of Vedanta. Recently, scholars have begun to call this Vijnana Vedanta. It's a state, Vijnana is a state beyond the non-dualistic realization in which one perceives that the divine reality has become all things. In fact, it has many similarities with the Achintya Bheda Veda teaching of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that it is not simply one or many, it is in a sense both, and there is no way we can actually in any final way verbally or logically conceptualize this. That which is realized as Brahman, Ramakrishna says, through the eliminating process of not this, that is the famous Neti Neti teaching in the Upanishads. In the objects of our common dualistic experience, these are eliminated. What is left over is then found to have become the universe and all its living beings. The Vijnani sees that the reality which is nirguna, beyond limiting qualities, is also saguna, possessed of qualities. Those who realize Brahman and Samadhi find that it is Brahman that has become the universe and its living beings. This is known as Vijnana. So this is the core metaphysical part of Ramakrishna's teaching. Now, what is the role of bhakti in his teaching? What does he say explicitly about it? Again, bhakti in the teaching of Sri Ramakrishna is absolutely essential to reaching the highest realization, the realization of the infinite reality. This is not possible without bhakti, according to Sri Ramakrishna. In the Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita, the text from which I've been quoting, translated by Swami Nikhilananda as the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, he speaks frequently of Lord Krishna and the importance of devotion to him. In fact, there's so many references, I'm not able to include them all in my presentation. I've picked a few that really get to the heart of Ramakrishna's teaching. Ramakrishna says, Chaitanya used to shed tears of joy at the very mention of Krishna's name. God alone is the real substance. All else is illusory. Man can realize God if he wants to, but he madly craves the enjoyment of lust and greed. Ramakrishna says, Bhakti is the one essential thing. Who can ever know God through reasoning? I want love of God. What do I care about knowing his infinite glories? One bottle of wine makes me drunk, he says. What do I care about knowing how many gallons there are in the grog shop? One jar of water is enough to quench my thirst. I don't need to know the amount of water there is on earth. And so Ramakrishna did not have a lot of patience for the process of arguing and debating philosophically about the details of our philosophical understanding of reality. He wanted to have the experience. And so for him, bhakti really is what mattered most. He wanted to have that experience, that complete absorption, right? That love which drives one to tears. This is what Ramakrishna says is really most essential. According to Sri Ramakrishna, bhakti, being a relationship, requires some sense of I, some sense of ego. And this is interesting because his school of thought is often identified more with Advaita Vedanta, where there's a very strong emphasis on letting go of ego. In bhakti, the idea is to purify the ego so that it becomes a pure vessel for bhakti, for pure love. And in fact, a beautiful image for this, I find, is Bhagavan Shri Krishna's flute, Lord Krishna's flute. The flute is an empty tube, right? If it had something inside of it rattling around, it would not play, right? So the flute needs to be empty in order for beautiful music to be played upon it. In the same way, we need to empty ourselves of egotism, empty ourselves of selfishness, selfish desires, attachments, and then Bhagavan can play beautiful music through us, right? So the ego becomes purified. So this is not the problematic selfish I, which must be overcome in order to reach God realization. It's an I that has been purified by love for God. Ramakrishna calls this purified ego the ripe ego. He says it is different from the unripe ego, in which one feels, I am the doer. I'm the son of a wealthy man. I am learned. I am rich. How dare anyone slight me? A man with an unripe ego cherishes such ideas. After realizing God, a man becomes like a child 5 years old. The ego of such a man is not under the control of the gunas. He's beyond the 3 gunas. He's not under the control of any of the gunas, sattva, rajas, or tamas. And Ramakrishna elaborates upon this. He says this person becomes completely spontaneous. And there's a beautiful childlike quality about such people. And according to all the accounts, Sri Ramakrishna himself was very much like this, and full of good humor, and again, spontaneous, responding to what happens in the moment, not sort of, plotting and scheming, but just being present and responding honestly to what happens around him. The ripe ego is the ego of pure ecstatic love. There are 2 elements in this ecstatic love, Ramakrishna says, I-ness and minus. And he speaks here of Yashoda, right? He speaks of Lord Krishna's mother. And here we see this nice picture of, I have this picture in my home, actually, of Mother Yashoda with Balakrishna. Yashoda used to think, who would look after Gopala if I did not? He will fall ill if I do not serve him. She did not look on Krishna as God. The other element is minus. It means to look on God as one's own, my Gopala. Uddhava said to Yashoda, Mother, your Krishna is God himself. He is the Lord of the universe and not a common human being. Oh, exclaimed Yashoda, I'm not asking you about your Lord of the universe. I want to know how my Gopala fares, not the Lord of the universe, but my Gopala. So you see what she's expressing here, that instead of this sort of abstract idea of this majestic Lord of the universe, something that may be very awe-inspiring, it's this very intimate love of the mother for her child. This is the real essence of bhakti that Ramakrishna is talking about here. It is, again, a love that's spontaneous, that's natural, and that is not an effect of some philosophical conclusion. It comes from a very deep place, the deepest place in the heart. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna teaches Arjuna that both the path of bhakti and the path of jnana, or knowledge, lead to him, but that the path of knowledge is the more difficult path. In the Gita, it says, those who set their hearts on me with unfailing devotion and faith are the more established in yoga. As for those who seek the transcendental reality without name, without form, contemplating the unmanifested beyond the reach of thought and feeling, with their senses subdued and mind serene and striving for the good of all beings, they too will certainly reach me. Yet hazardous and slow is the path to the unmanifested, and difficult for embodied beings to follow. So Sri Ramakrishna echoes this teaching of the Gita. This is found in the 12th chapter of the Gita, where Krishna is explaining Bhakti Yoga to Arjuna. And it's not saying that those who pursue this more abstract path of knowledge, it's not that they won't eventually reach the goal. It's not that they're bad or wrong, but that's a very hard path. And this path of bhakti is much more spontaneous and much more natural for us emotional living beings. So Sri Ramakrishna says both negation, that's what he means by jnana yoga. He's thinking of the neti process of jnana yoga, and affirmation, bhakti yoga. These are ways to realize one and the same goal. Infinite are the opinions and infinite are the ways. But you must remember one thing, right? He wants to emphasize this very strongly. The injunction is that the path of devotion described by Narada in the Narada Bhakti Sutras is best suited to the Kali Yuga, the present age. So in other words, yes, this ideal of jnana is there, but really for most people today, bhakti is recommended. According to this path, first comes bhakti, then bhava, when bhakti is mature. Higher than bhava are mahabhava and prema. These are the stages of ever increasing love for Krishna and ever greater intimacy with the Lord. An ordinary mortal does not attain mahabhava and prema, right? This takes a very long time. He who has achieved these has realized the goal, that is to say, has attained God. Sri Ramakrishna also suggests that the knowledge of one who has renounced all attachment to worldly things, this knowledge will actually lead to bhakti, right? It's not that knowledge and bhakti are two separate things. At an early stage, maybe, but these converge. Ramakrishna says one should yearn for God as the calf, or as the cow with the yearning heart runs after its calf. Add tears to your yearning, right? This is a powerful emotion. This is something that brings us tears. And if you can renounce everything through discernment, viveka, and dispassion, then you will be able to see God. That yearning brings about God intoxication, whether you follow the path of knowledge or the path of devotion. The sage Durvasa was mad with the knowledge of God, he says. So they both lead to ultimately to this ecstatic state. When he speaks of knowledge here, Sri Ramakrishna is not talking about ordinary knowledge, like the knowledge of the householder, but the knowledge of a true sannyasi. And sannyasi can mean someone who is renounced in the formal sense, but it's really talking about a state of being, a state of consciousness. And so Ramakrishna compares, our ordinary knowledge with this true sannyasi knowledge. He says there's a great deal of difference between the knowledge of a householder and that of an all-renouncing sannyasi. The householder's knowledge is like the light of a lamp, which illumines only the inside of a room. He cannot see anything with the help of such knowledge except his own body and his immediate family. And that's how most of us are, right? We're aware of this body, we're aware of our home, those who are close to us, our work, and then our knowledge begins to diminish. But the knowledge of the all-renouncing monk is like the light of the sun. Through that light, he can see both inside and outside the room. Chaitanya Deva's knowledge had the brilliance of the sun of knowledge. Further, he radiated the soothing light of the moon of devotion. He was endowed with both the knowledge of Brahman and the ecstatic love of God. So those are the core teachings of Sri Ramakrishna on bhakti. So to recapitulate, bhakti is essential. It is not contrary to the path of knowledge. In fact, they ultimately lead to the same path, but it's the path of the same goal, but it's the path of bhakti that is recommended for our age today as the way that is less hazardous, more sure, and more certain. So we turn now to Sri Ramakrishna's most famous student, Swami Vivekananda. He was on earth a very short time, from 12th January 1863 to the 4th of July 1902. I've always been intrigued by the fact that he left his body on the 4th of July. That's the Independence Day in the United States. And Swamiji had a great fondness for America, as many of you may know. And so I've always found that to be kind of an interesting fact. His birth name was Narendranath Datta. He came from Kolkata, received a Western education. And when he was a young man, he was very skeptical about religion. He asked many people, have you seen God? He went to all the great scholars and sages in Calcutta, and he asked them all this question. And he really believed, and throughout his life, he believed that if unless one has had that experience, that direct awareness of God, then to really say, oh, I believe in God, he says, is really kind of hypocrisy, right? Until you've really experienced God, he says, the experience of God is when religion really begins. And he was not contented because he found most people had not seen God. They were, during this period, one of the great scholars he spoke with was Keshav Chandra Sen, a renowned reformer of the 19th century. He says, have you seen God? And Keshav says, no, it's not possible to see God with the eyes. And Swamiji said, well, the people in the past, people in the scriptures, they spoke of seeing God. And Keshav said, maybe they had better eyes than I do. Right? That was his comment. He was sort of dismissive about it. But eventually one of Swami Vivekananda's teachers, actually a Scotsman named William Hastie, who was one of his teachers in school, said there is a real man of God at Dakshineshwar named Ramakrishna, and ask him this question, take this question to him. So he eventually came to Sri Ramakrishna with the same question. And Sri Ramakrishna was the first person to say yes to this question. Yes, I have seen God. In fact, he went even further. He said, only more intensely than I am seeing you now. This made a very profound impression on the young Narendranath Datta, because Ramakrishna was saying, I'm seeing you now with my eyes, I'm seeing you with my senses, but I have seen God in an even more intense, even more profound way. So this really shook the foundations of the kind of Western education that Narendranath had. So he began to come and talk to Ramakrishna, see him, and became really one of his most ardent disciples. After Sri Ramakrishna left his body, Swami Vivekananda, he became Swami Vivekananda, and he organized the Ramakrishna Order and established the Ramakrishna Mission in 1897. Prior to that, he would famously travel to America and speak at the Parliament of World Religions in Chicago in 1893. And in 1894, he established the first Vedanta Society in New York. And I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to speak at that Vedanta Society on a number of occasions. It's the oldest Vedanta Society in the Western world. Building on his master's teaching, Swami Vivekananda would also emphasize pluralism and an attitude of renunciation, or his preferred term for this was self-abnegation, giving up of that lower ego, the unripe ego. He further elaborated the concept of the 4 yogas as independently effective methods for attaining God realization. So how does Krishna Bhakti fit into the teachings of Swami Vivekananda? For Swami Vivekananda too, Bhakti is really an essential thing, right? Every path that one might take, we talk about a Bhakti yoga, a Jnana yoga, a Karma yoga, and a Raja yoga, but they all involve Bhakti because you have to have devotion in order to persist in a practice. And so this is a persistent theme of Swami Vivekananda's teaching, just as it is in Sri Ramakrishna's. In his famous Sisters and Brothers of America welcome address at the Chicago Parliament, Swami Vivekananda quotes from the Gita, chapter 4, verse 11, to support the idea of pluralism and universal acceptance. Whosoever comes to me through whatsoever form, I reach him. All men are struggling through paths which in the end lead to me. So whatever path we take, ultimately we are headed to Krishna. Swami Vivekananda speaks frequently of Bhakti and of Lord Krishna, and specifically in relation to our conference of Balakrishna, right? And he really seems to have been very fond of this particular type of bhakti, right? The shape that this bhakti takes. It is so counterintuitive to most conventional religious ideas that think of God's glory and power and majesty, to see God as a baby. and the ultimately adorable baby, right? And so he speaks of this frequently. He says, Lord Krishna as a baby was once naughty, and the cowherd mother tried to tie him with her churning string and found she could not bind him with all the strings she had. Then her eyes opened and she saw that she was going to bind him who had the whole universe in his body. She began to pray and tremble. Immediately the Lord touched her with his Maya and she saw only the child. This is very profound. And the previous speaker, Professor Madhusudana, was referring to this as well, this tying of the baby Krishna. And then his mother realizes that this is God, right? This is the one whose body is this whole universe. This all of existence that we know is just a manifestation of just a portion of this infinite being. And so again, she, like most people, right, would do, she is in awe, right? She begins to tremble. She's afraid. But Bhagavan does not want us to be afraid, right? What Bhagavan wants is love. And so he takes away that vision, right? He touched her with his Maya. She sees the child and returns back to that love of the child, that pure love, which is really the essence of bhakti. Swamiji also gives an account of a poor Brahmin widow whose devotion took the form of love for the baby Krishna. And this was her path to realization. And the larger context of this, of the portion I'm going to quote, is he's giving a talk where he's explaining that again, when we get into the realm of theology and philosophy and religion, we may have very grand ideas about ultimate reality and the nature of the universe. But this simple love is really the key to everything. That someone who is, maybe not educated, maybe not given to, metaphysical thinking, can reach the goal very, very quickly. In fact, more quickly maybe than those of us who get caught up in the niceties of philosophy. So this is from Swamiji's account. Before the light of day, she had her bath in the neighboring stream, praying that her mind might be made clean by the mercy of Krishna as her body by the water. Then she put on her fresh-washed white cotton garment, collected some flowers, rubbed a piece of sandalwood on a circular stone with a little water to make a fragrant paste, gathered a few sweet-scented tulsi leaves, and retired into a little room in the cottage kept apart for worship. In this room, she kept her baby cowherd. On a small wooden throne under a small silk canopy on a small velvet cushion, almost covered with flowers, was placed a bronze image of Krishna as a baby. Her mother's heart could only be satisfied by conceiving of God as her baby. Many and many a time her learned husband had talked to her of him, who is preached in the Vedas, the formless, the infinite, the impersonal. She listened with all attention, and the conclusion was always the same. What is written in the Vedas must be true, but oh, it was so immense, so far off, and she only a weak, ignorant woman. And then it was also written, in whatsoever form one seeks me, I reach him in that form, for all mankind are but following the paths I laid down for them. And that was enough. She wanted to know no more. And there she was, all of the devotion, of faith, of love her heart was capable of, was there in Krishna, the baby cowherd, and all that heart entwined around the visible cowherd, this little bronze image. Swami Vivekananda also explains that the idea of the divine child is only possible in religious traditions that affirm the idea of divine incarnation. There are traditions that say, God is so majestic, God is beyond all form. What is this nonsense talking about God as a baby? But for traditions that teach that God can take any form, God can take a human form. Well, when the human form first emerges, what is it? Right? It's a baby, right? This is the human form, and God can take any form. So why not the form of a little baby? Swamiji says, out of love for the child, the parents will give up their bodies 100 times over. 1,000 lives they will sacrifice for that one child of theirs. And therefore, God is loved as a child, right? This is the greatest love a parent can have. So this is the best image for loving God, if one wants to bring out that quality of love. This idea of loving God as a child comes into existence and grows naturally among those religious sects which believe in the incarnation of God. The Christian and the Hindu can realize it easily because they have the baby Jesus and the baby Krishna. The women in India often look upon themselves as Krishna's mother. Christian mothers also may take up the idea that they are Christ's mothers, and it will bring to the West the knowledge of God's divine motherhood, which they so much need. The superstitions of awe and reverence in relation to God are deeply rooted in the heart of our hearts, and it takes long years to sink entirely in love our ideas of reverence and veneration, of awe and majesty and glory with regard to God. This is a very profound statement, actually. Many of Swamiji's statements seem very simple on the surface, but there are several layers of depth here. He uses his word superstition to refer to awe and reverence in relation to God. Now, interestingly, our conventional ideas of religion generally involve awe and reverence in relation to God. But Swamiji doesn't dignify that with the word religion. He calls it superstition, right? This is a negative term. It means something that we believe irrationally. And it needs to be transcended. And by what? By love. And he says it takes many years to sink in love these ideas of reverence and veneration, awe and majesty and glory, that we start maybe with those ideas in the beginning. But as our love grows, as our bhakti grows, it's these ideas, it's like something that's been immersed in the Ganga, right? It's sort of, it's taken off and carried away, and love is what remains. According to Swami Vivekananda, an essential prerequisite for bhakti is purity, not only external, but primarily internal. External is important, it helps support the internal, but the internal is what really matters. Swamiji says purity is absolutely the basic work, the bedrock upon which the whole bhakti building rests. Cleansing the external body and discriminating with food are both easy, but without internal cleanliness and purity, these external observances are of no value whatsoever. In the list of qualities conducive to purity, as given by Ramanuja, there are enumerated satya, truthfulness, arjava, sincerity, daya, doing good to others without any gain to oneself, ahimsa, not injuring others by thought, word, or deed, anabhidya, not coveting others' goods, not thinking vain thoughts, and not brooding over injuries received from another. According to Swami Vivekananda, quote, Sri Ramakrishna used to say that pure knowledge and pure bhakti are one and the same. And we've seen Sri Ramakrishna saying very similar things to this. All this difference you notice between a bhakta and a jnani is in the preparatory stage. One sees God outside, the other sees him within. Even becoming mukta, liberated, some out of their own free will retain bhakti to taste of its sweetness. In fact, Sri Ramakrishna was fond of quoting from earlier bhaktas in the tradition and saying, I don't want to become sugar, I want to taste sugar, right? So that even though there is this idea of completely merging within the infinite, one chooses to retain some sense of that ripe ego, right? Some sense of separateness so that that relationship can continue, so that bhakti can continue. Swami Vivekananda also says there's no difference between the supreme bhakti and the supreme jnana. The supreme bhakti is to realize God as the form of prema or love itself. If you see the loving form of God manifest everywhere and in everything, how can you hate or injure others? That realization of love can never come so long as there is the least desire in the heart. In the perfect realization of love, even the consciousness of one's own body does not exist. Also, the supreme jnana is to realize the oneness everywhere, to see one's own self as the self in everything. That too cannot come so long as there is the least consciousness of the ego, aham. This is an important link that Swamiji is drawing between bhakti and jnana, that both involve elimination of the selfish ego, the selfish I, what Sri Ramakrishna called the unripe ego. So to summarize, for both Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda, there is no conflict between true bhakti and true jnana. Any conflict is apparent and is occurring at the preliminary stages of both paths. Bhakti produces a sense of intimacy with God, which goes beyond conventional ideas like divine power and majesty and glory. Love for the baby Krishna is a beautiful form of bhakti which expresses this sense of intimacy with the Supreme Person in a special and powerful way. And so, Jai Shri Krishna, I'm again grateful to have had the opportunity to participate in this gathering. And I'll now I think I've reached my time limit or probably exceeded it. So I will now yield the floor. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's really wonderful to hear from you. Personally speaking, I did my college in Vivekananda College in Chennai. And from a very young age, thanks to my parents, I have been able to read some of his lectures. Okay. And when I was a bit probably in college or something, I read Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Wonderful, wonderful examples, personal example. They have walked the talk, so to speak. Right? It's really great. The greatest souls, who are completely merged with God. There's many things they do and say which are similar, but just a little bit different, because there was a time when somebody mentioned to Her Holiness Sri Sadguru that I'm not reading the books of the teachings of that particular saint. So she said, by all means, you should read it. Okay, read it by all means, but understand that those teachings were couched in that particular way for that group of people at that time. Okay, and so the essence is the same, but the way in which it is positioned. For example, Sri Krishna spoke in Sanskrit. Okay, to my knowledge. Okay, Sri Ramakrishna spoke in another language. We have Ramana Maharshi in the south who spoke in Tamil. Her Holiness Sri Sadguru spoke to us in English. So it's the same message, but positioned in a way that is, I guess, best understood by the recipients.
Yes,
that's another example of the grace of God. You said a couple of things. I can just, relating back to that. So you said, for example, how Ram Lalla, he came to Sri Ramakrishna, and Sri Ramakrishna, it was not a idol or an image or a statue, right? He was there, right? Sri Ram was there, right? And Swami Sri Hari Prasad, if there is the right time and he feels it is right, he will share with us, and he has shared with us once or twice, how Sri Sadguru also looked upon little baby Krishna images, the same way. So it wasn't a doll, an image, it was him, right, in that. You spoke about, many paths which Sri Ramakrishna has followed, and it's wonderful in that book, Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, where he describes, and the essence of that is so true to that particular path. He sees Christ in a particular way, right? And it's so wonderful. So there's one thing which Her Holiness has told us. I'll just read it out. It's God realization is like a mountain peak. From the top, you can see all the paths leading to it. All are arduous, but all lead to the summit. Only people on the summit or who approach the summit know that all paths lead to it. It is the people at the foot of the mountain who fight over which path is suitable. Okay? And I was kind of able to relate that particular teaching which I've heard from Her Holiness very well, and it's so similar to Sri Ramakrishna's life also. Thank you very much. It's been really enjoyable. Okay, through you, we were able to see how one can hopefully progress on the spiritual path. Thank you very much, Professor Long. Handing it back to Ravi. Pranam to Shri Sadguru.
Pranam Shri Sadguru, Pranam Swamiji. We'll now thank you, Professor Long, for your talk. We'll now have Swamiji who will share his insights on today's proceedings.
Thank you very much for the very, very nice talk. For Sri Sadguru, Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda were the inspiration in her childhood, just like Sri Krishna was. And she grew up reading his books, and so as to be able to understand the value of Sri Ramakrishna's and Swami Vivekananda's teachings. She had a huge book about 3 feet by 2 feet, and she copied down into that all the collected, much of the collected works, most of his Swami's talks, all that she copied down herself so she can remember it. So if you read in a book, you know it. If you copy it down, it goes inside you more. So like that, she told me also, and I copied down some books like that as a boy. So he was a very great inspiration for her, Swami Vivekananda. Sri Ramakrishna's very, very strong insistence on practice. And he said, we don't have to worry how much water there is as long as one pot of water fills us. That was exactly her approach also. So it fitted in very well for her in her ideas. And her devotion to Sri Krishna was absolute up to the last moment. And thank you once more, Professor. I mean, it's the second time I'm hearing you. Last time also it was very good. And I'm very, very happy to hear you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Narayana. Jai Sri Krishna.
Your concluding remarks. With this, we come to the end of today's proceedings, day 2 of just more of the first day of the plenary sessions. Before we end for the day, just want a quick reminder. Tomorrow we have the concluding day of the webinar. We'll have a plenary session which will probably run the entire day. It'll start at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, the slightly delayed start. And we'll have probably a host of about 8 to 9 speakers who will speak on the theme of Balakrishna. A quick summary of all speakers who are going to speak tomorrow. We have Dr. Professor P.T. Indra, who will be starting tomorrow morning, followed by Professor Raj Sri Ramakrishna, then Dr. Jayachandran, Sri Bhagyesh Jha, Sri Rema Gopinathan, Ms. Sharada Vellori, Dr. S. Gopalan, and finally conclude with Professor K. Srinivasan. This will be followed by the valedictory address by Dr. M. Venkatakrishna, and then the vote of thanks. With this, we come to the end of today's proceedings. We'll again regroup tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. for our Sri Sadguru Pranam. Thank you. Good night. Good evening.